That's my way of saying you're no longer getting to play with us. Hello! We're back. I'm so excited. We're live. We're here. Cutting them diamonds. I think at some point when we're on the screen that has the map, I'll blow up your picture so that way everyone can get a good look. Exactly. But hello everyone. We are here. We are back. It is Rise of the Runelords once again. Pathfinder 2E conversion. I'm excited to be back. I did enjoy my stint as a player. Don't get me wrong. I was like, oh, this is what it's like to play Pathfinder. But honestly, it feels good to be back in the driver's seat again. I've been especially stoked. Something about the beginning of a new book, right? The beginning of the new section of the adventures. A lot going on. It's exciting stuff. And I've just been planning. And boy, am I ready to share it with everyone. I do want to start things off. Something on a little more of a personal note as us here. I did mention it last week, but it has now been officially over a year since we started doing this. 1 year of Rise of the Runelords. I cannot believe it. I think we're now probably in a very small percentage of groups that have lasted this long. I feel like we're probably down to single digits. It is kind of sad, but I have a secondary group that I'm trying to run, and a lot of people, those people are new to Pathfinder. We got to do session 0, and now it's been about 6 weeks of like, this has come up, or this has come up, or this has come up. So kicking the can down the road. So I was just like, you know what? Honestly, I had such good karma, good luck with the primary group. This makes sense. Like this had to happen. So like we're supposed to be playing like tomorrow. Nope. Someone can't make it. And we're just trying to do session 1 at this point. So, and I like to have all the players there for session 1, but anyways, so I just wanted to give you guys a true, honest, like heartfelt thank you for, taking the time out of your lives to spend 4 to 5 hours ish, a week with me, listening to me talk at you, making silly voices with me. I know we don't do a whole lot out of this, but I feel confident in saying I consider each of you, especially the new people here, I guess I kind of like Chris and I kind of like Mike, but I consider each of you, Nick, D'Artagnan, Jake, friends. Well, too bad. You're stuck with me. No. Hey, look. I do. Honestly, it's the pieces of shit I get along with the most. So maybe that says something about myself, but but I really do appreciate each of you. So thank you so much. Thank you for the time you put in between sessions too, with character stuff, and each of you put in, a decent chunk of time for the downtime stuff that we did as well. So thank you guys for that and the excitement around it. It's been infectious. It helped keep me excited about this. So thank you once again. The team effort. Thank you. I think I love that. I think it really helps that we all put in a lot of work. So it keeps me wanting to keep the bar high. I know I'm not like high production value high like some other people out there, but we're mainly doing this for fun. So I'm totally cool with it. And people come by and they enjoy it. So and we're gonna keep doing it. But man, oh man, I don't want to waste too much time. Because we only get 4 hours. I think it's time to start getting cooking with book 3. You guys excited? D'Artagnan's so excited that they keep freezing on their camera. He's like, I love the pain. Ah. Right. It was, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna. I was gonna say rune, different kind of Runelords gonna be rising tonight. It was. All right. Yeah, well, you guys are probably finishing up any sort of last minute things that you're doing with your characters here. We're gonna take a little trip on the old imagination station. I been painstakingly wanting to try and write this all down, and I have never been able to put anything to paper, so I'm just gonna wing it and hope for the best. So here we go. So let's start things off. We are in a nighttime setting. Snow covering the ground. Probably the most bizarre thing of this kind of setting is while there is snow kind of packed everywhere, there is a kind of constant rain going as well. We look around this area and it's kind of hard to tell where we're at, but it looks like it's some sort of camp, maybe. There's several people, kind of humanoids meandering about. It looks like mostly male humans. Some of them seem to be kind of on guard. Others seem to be trying to keep themselves warm around several different campfires. They all look well armed, all wearing probably various like furs to help stay warm in this climate. We can see their breaths every single time they breathe. It's so cold, but at the same time, they're still getting rained on. We might hear some voice some frustrations about how it's been raining for so long. Like the rain hasn't stopped in like weeks, and we're for calendar's sake, we're pretty much right at about the last month of the year, so it's probably late Neth, but to our equivalent be like late November. And as we kind of pan around, we see these large walls with these ramparts, couple gates. Looks like one on like an eastern side of this place, one on like a southern side with several towers on them. And we see a couple people dotted up on these walls. There's not a whole lot of them. As the camera is moving, we're probably seeing approximately 3 up on the walls, and there's probably like maybe a dozen smattered throughout this like camp area that's got a couple different buildings placed about. And it seems pretty quiet. They're not doing a whole lot. Perhaps some of them are practicing and training. We can see like an archery range with some like kind of bigger sized dummies than you would probably see in most ranges. And it looks like all the dummies have like certain areas that seem to be specifically marked on them. Perhaps it looks like weak points or something. Some of them probably have like angry monster faces, like sharp teeth like drawn on them or something. really characterized these practice dummies that they're shooting their bows against, or some of them are attacking with like melee weapons. Some maybe even be sparring, probably for the sake of mostly just trying to stay warm at this point. Others just talking around the campfire, maybe some off on the side sleeping, not out in the cold and the wet. And we would move over to a pair that are up on this wall. One of them's like probably like rubbing his hands together, like blowing into it, trying to help keep him warm, as he walks up to this other one who looks like they're probably both on guard on this part of the wall that they're on. And he starts talking to him, about, hey, have you spotted them yet? And the guy's like looking around. Obviously, it's quite dark. Moon is lighting up quite a bit, but with all this rain, it's still causing a problem being able to see. And clearly, these humans don't have night vision, so they don't have really any distance to see. And we look off, and we can see past this wall, and we see like a mountainous forest that's also snow covered, but it's just dark. And he responds with, no sign of them. The other one's like still kind of trying to keep himself warm, and it's like they're out later than usual. They should have been back by now. I think we should send out some people to go look for him. And the other guy looks at him. He's like, no, we've got few of us here as is, and with the commander gone, we should probably stay here just in case. The guy kind of like nods, probably like happy that they're actually not having to go out and look for whoever it is that they're talking about. And they keep looking around. Probably a little bit more time passes, and whatever sounds of the night, like of the forest, whatever animals we might hear, suddenly goes quiet. We flash over to a different group who look like they're in kind of a similar situation, but they aren't in this camp, like this big fort-like area. They're kind of in a copse of trees. They have like makeshift little camp, a couple horses like with them. They're definitely much more like dressed up. Seems to be some sort of like scouting party or hunting party or something. Looks to be about 10, maybe 12 of these guys, and some of them trying to keep warm, and then there's like a small group of them talking that clearly look like a little bit older. And they you can definitely hear some of them like kind of griping about what's going on. We've been out for so long. Why are we still, what's going on here? And one of them eventually like voices his concerns, be like, Captain, we've been out chasing ghosts for so long now. We gotta be heading back. We're freezing our arses off here. And the captain, like, we look and we see this man. He's got like a eye patch on him. He's got like short, dark, kind of spiky hair, and he's got most of them has, but a bow on his back. And he's talking with two other gentlemen, one another, and these are all once again male humans, and another one like a big guy. He's got two big axes on his back, and they look like they're kind of like drawing in the snow a little bit, and they're discussing about how usually they would be back by now, but they've been chasing these things that they thought they have seen, or they've been hearing things, and it seems to be that they've been investigating these things that have turned out to be fruitless. Like there's actually nothing going on, and it's really strange. Like this doesn't seem right. One of them would probably like, one of them who's got like, I think he's got like a rapier and like a short sword on his back, and you would tell him, knock it off. Captain knows what he's doing. We got to listen to what he says. You never know what's out here. The captain is clearly contemplating. He seems very, very fraught. Like you can tell he's got some sort of gut feeling. He goes, "Yeah, you know what, lads, I agree. I think we should be heading back. At the very least, we can get ourselves warm and get some sleep." They all start to pack up their makeshift camp, get on their horses, and they start heading back. And we flash back over to these guys who are standing on this wall, and they're talking about their personal lives a little bit. One, the one's asking the other, like, "Hey, you know, how's your newborn daughter doing? Like, I know you used to be on the scouting parties, but ever since she was born, like, you're not doing that anymore." And he's like, "Oh, it's been great, but honestly, I kind of miss it." And suddenly, like, I just like they notice like the quiet. All of a sudden, they like look out into the woods, doing their best. One might toss like a torch out or something to try and light up the area, when a giant like rock just takes him out, crashes into the wall, and shocking the other guy, knocking him down like on his ass. And obviously, this being a loud instance, everyone within this place starts freaking out and they start yelling. They set off the alarm, and this place is getting bombarded by these rocks that are raining down on them. We kind of move through this scenario of this siege, as we see these hulking giants carrying massive trees running up to one of these gates, using it as a battering ram and pushing through. And these guys up on the walls are trying to rally together and shooting their arrows into these giants, and might take down a couple of them. But then their other gate on the other side is being attacked at the same time, and they realize just how undermanned they are in this situation. And so they continue to fight as best as they can. They still have these rocks that are raining down from them inside the woods. The wall gets pummeled and the gate ends up getting destroyed, and all these giants start rushing in with these nasty like hooked cleavers and start killing these guys. They're putting up as best a fight as they possibly can, but clearly these guys have been caught like essentially with their pants down in this case, or there's just too many of them, or they don't have maybe the proper leadership to rally them in the situation or to give them orders. They're missing, as I said, their commander's not here, and they might yell about where the captain is, and they say he's not back yet. The scouting party's not back yet. And we would like kind of zoom out on this fight, and we would see these people putting up as best fight as they possibly can, but they get overrun. There's just too many of these giants that attack them. One of their walls is totally destroyed, gate totally destroyed, and we see this carnage from above, and it is absolute brutality. And we would see this other group that we were watching before come up to the edge of the woods, and they would come to see this scene, see what's happening, and it all like dawns on them. Like they like panic, and they immediately draw their weapons and they charge into the battle. And then that's when we kind of move over to a village that seems to be simultaneously being attacked by different giants. Buildings being destroyed, people being killed. It doesn't seem to be like this town doesn't seem to have any soldiers or anything. It's a merciless just slaughter. There's a couple people that are trying to put up a fight, and we see from this perspective of what seems to be like this child inside of this house being told by his parents to hide. Like, you need to hide, stay hidden, don't come out unless one of us comes for you. Stay hidden. And you can hear just like people screaming. We can hear things being smashed. Might see like maybe part of this house, part of it gets taken out by like a giant rock or something. And this child clearly shaking in fear, but like reach after his parents, and they seem to be like suiting up to go out and be part of this fight. And they would go out, and maybe through this doorway as they go out there, we were able to catch a glimpse of this like massacre that's going on here too. And then Vincent wakes up. The same nightmare he's been having for quite a while from his childhood. Last time that he saw parents, his sister. How does Vincent usually react to when he wakes up from these nightmares? Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. For some reason, it is not picking up your voice. So, oh, classic OBS. All right, talk again.
Hello.
There you go. Okay. Thankfully, they heard everything I said, but
I mean, that is a plus.
OBS did that awesome thing where it switched it to default instead of what I wanted it
I know.
to be.
Weirdly enough, I had to reload the modules because none of them were loaded for me.
Right.
So
okay. Once again, how would
if you were in the room and Vincent wasn't awake, you'd hear him like whimpering, trying to talk his parents into not leaving. And then once he was awake, he'd sit up and throw a haymaker, trying to fight, trying to save his family. And every single time there would be tears trickling down his cheek.
Now, unless anyone is chosen purposefully, you guys were gifted by Amiko Kaijitsu her family manor of Sandpoint. You probably each have the capability to have your own rooms. So totally up to you if you guys are choosing to bunk together. But at this point, in the timeline, it's probably just you and Amir that are at the manor at this point. I don't know. Does Una stay at the manor?
I think since Una is kind of done with the adventuring party and now in the life of bureaucracy, they probably would have dumped some of whatever their money was into actually buying a home.
Okay.
I was gonna say Una is free to stay for dirt cheap. He is still a friend.
Right.
No, I know, but I think because of how I'd done the previous downtime, for Una dumped all their money into the community, it'd be one of those things like, well, this is just, further making myself a permanent part of the community.
The way I imagine it is Amir gave up his home that he essentially bought into, and he moved into the manor, so they probably gave you that house.
That makes sense.
So
it smells like goblin dog, sorry.
Just one room. That's weird.
Has Una
what do you think Una smells like under that rope? It ain't good.
That's fair. I bet damn it loved Una.
Has Una
I ain't jerky, it's my arm.
Has Una broken the news to the party yet?
Well, I guess
probably
because at this point both Grail
just Tree the new, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. I think you had that one-on-one conversation, and then
where I think it all implied that Tree was pregnant with Una's child.
Yeah.
But I mean, so is everyone back in town right now?
Not yet, no. Grail hasn't come back, and Tree hasn't come back.
I imagine as people came back in town, Una would have talked to them about it one-on-one.
Okay.
For the nightmare, Amir's room would have been like probably across the hall or like nearby Vincent's, especially, and with being on the road together for almost a month. Now being back, he would have become pretty accustomed to hearing his nightmares.
Yeah.
And he would have just gone across and like cracked the door open for a moment, like peeked his head and just been like, "Hey, you're here," like, and just tell him like where he's at, like you're in the estate, you're fine. And just like wait for him to nod or something and then go back to his room.
You as a kind of, an outside, like, party to it, like you guys have known each other for approximately about 4 to 5 months, 4-ish months now. And he didn't have a whole lot of these nightmares before.
How recent?
And it seems to be kind of like it's kicking up more. Like something is like some trauma is like surfacing.
I got shell shock.
Something's going on. Maybe it's from the fire giant that kicked his ass, but no.
Probably that.
I would probably do it. Yeah.
Resparked something in me.
And I don't know if you guys would have ever like talked about it. Like, I don't know, Vincent would ever say like what it was about, but
vaguely, I wouldn't. At this point, Vincent does think of the party as his family, but he's like, I don't want to burden them with my problems.
Sure.
So he just being vague, like, I lost my family in a attack against giants.
Amir would probably try to talk to you about it, considering you were a front row seat to his now recent trauma.
We're trauma bonded.
Exactly.
There's 3 months of our life coming up.
Yeah, so
all right.
he would probably talk to you about that, and I would imagine it would spur off into other conversations that would like,
especially if
dig
there was
deeper into
alcohol.
both. Yeah. So,
speaking of nightmares,
oh boy.
Una still suffers from their nightmares that had started sparking up ever since their ayahuasca trip they went on. And they all go about the same as they do every single time. It never has that same effect like the first time you had the dream where it felt like it lasted forever and you woke up like exhausted. But it is starting to like mentally take its toll on you, it feels like. Not to mention the new stresses of you're now part of the bureaucracy of Sandpoint. You will say during this time you found your place
like
into the
probably
council.
way more stressful than what we've been doing before.
We'll see.
Sandpoint's a distressed place.
Yeah, but just something. It's just something to touch on, that these these nightmares are still here and they have not gone away. So far you've probably only ever gotten to talk to Vincent and Amir. They showed up back in town. They were in town the longest. They then left and then they got back before both Grail and Tree. So I imagine they were probably the first two that you told that. How exactly would that conversation have gone?
Well, do you guys remember, was Una masculine or feminine when we left off? So I know what
I think it was feminine last time.
I think it was. Oh, I thought it was feminine as well.
Yeah, I thought it was feminine.
Right, we'll go with that voice. You know, I imagine Una, you know, at some point, you know, since they had moved into a new home and had ingratiated, how long were you guys gone for?
They were gone for about a month.
About a month.
Yeah. So, you know, in that time, you know, Una has become more of a permanent member of the community. I can't remember exactly what you said the title the mayor had given them was, but they have some title. And, you know, I'm sure at some point, you know, you guys would have seen Una around the village. Like, it's not like they would avoid you guys or anything. But whenever they did eventually see you guys, they're like, hey, whatever the voice I'm supposed to do. Hey, you know, we're supposed to, I know you guys are probably, you know, planning your next steps, but, you know, after talking it over some and kind of doing some soul searching, I don't think I'm going to be adventuring with you guys anymore. I think I can do a lot more good locally than I can, you know, on the road.
I mean, that will be a shame, as you've done a great deal of good adventuring with us, but I understand if this is a direction you would feel your skills are more suited.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we keep digging up more trouble and, you know, going further and further afield. And I didn't really sign on to this in an attempt to, you know, save the world. I was just trying to help people out here. And, you know, I don't really, no offense. I think I can do better defending this town here than going far afield and fighting whatever needs to be fought.
That is understandable. Commendable, even. I'd say Sandpoint needs more people like you that are willing to stay and invest in this town.
And at least we know
they got me.
At least we know Sandpoint has somebody who can help protect them while we're gone.
Yeah,
It will be a shame to see you go, though.
Oh, don't feel bad about it. You'll see me every month when you get rent checks.
Oh, can't
And
wait.
cackling. And then there's the fees. You guys are opening a school, right? You get licensing for that?
You
this has
know-
been a wonderful conversation. We'll
Where's
May
it?
have
It
found
was
a way to
nice
get some
seeing you,
income for the
Una.
town.
these drinks are on you, correct? I'm gonna
As you pour them on Una.
yeah.
All right. That is a good segue into that was something that both Amir and Vincent were wanting to pour some energy into, which was establishing kind of a training school, using the newly acquired manor and the grounds around it as the field, the training fields for it. And we had briefly discussed during the downtime your attendees so far.
Mhm.
I remember
Testicles.
Testicles.
Mr. Testicles.
Testicles was one of your first sign-ons.
Rights.
Yep.
If you please.
And you guys also got the old jailer from that worked with Hemlock.
And Akira would
yeah.
pop in from time to time.
And Akira would pop
Shut
in
up
from time
again,
to
yeah.
time. You guys would also eventually get a fourth attendee that would show up seemingly out of nowhere and probably confuse the both of you, as well as everyone else that might be there at the time. Imagine you guys line up every single day, like they line up waiting for you guys. You guys come up whatever, like whatever their training for that day is gonna be, and you would see Testicles, might see Akira, you see the big barbarian jailer guy. His name escapes me right now, unfortunately.
I can't remember his name either.
I don't want to do him dirty like that.
We'll say Chesticles.
Vachetti.
Vachetti.
Write that down somewhere.
Yeah.
And then next to him, like camera would like probably go up to see Vachetti because he's like a big guy. And the camera would go really far down, and what is it they would see?
So you guys would see, and I hate the little profile picture thing I've got. I couldn't find what I wanted, but a little about 2 foot tall, like burlap doll, basically. Do you guys familiar with Sock Boy?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you can Google that then, Jake.
right.
But you get it's a little like burlap doll, big black button eyes, kind of dressed a little bit like Indiana Jones. So a leather hat, a bit of a leather duster, and just dozens of little baggies all over them. But they are at the core a burlap doll.
Yeah, I googled that. Nothing came up, so that's fine. She came up actual socks.
I think it's Sackboy. I think it's Sackboy.
It's
Sackboy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
another
that thing.
one you
Yeah,
could,
okay, that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Or Little
I
Big
see.
Planet
I
or
think it's
something like
the
that.
game.
Yeah.
Amir would look down at the 2 foot tall doll, look up to Vachetti, look over to Vincent, and Vachetti, it seems you've brought one of your children's toys with us. I don't think it's quite equipped to train.
Yeah, he looks down at it.
Do you mean me, sir?
Oh,
no.
holy crap! It talks.
Yeah, yes?
Yeah, most folks do.
Are you?
We're not accustomed to seeing folks like you.
Oh,
You're kind of
apologize. I've been led to believe y'all were well traveled, but it's okay.
well traveled. We are, but you are still my first encounter for this.
Wait, can I roll like something to know if I've ever even heard of poppets? Like to know.
Well, so you guys would have, because poppets are actually super common. They're just not usually, on their own. They're familiars,
Oh,
right?
Oh,
So, I mean, normally you would see this. Yeah, that's pretty close, actually. You would normally see something like this, helping a wizard out or something.
is this something of Gryffindor's? Is this something he found amongst his travels? I'm
no,
sorry.
no.
I don't mean to be rude. What is your
No,
name,
it's all
little
right,
one?
sir. Some folks call me Katanga, but I'll tell you what, bud, you can call me anything you want. I'd like friend for starters, but whatever you'd like to call me, I'm okay with.
Amir
mean,
would
I'm-
squat down at this point, so he's not looking down on you too bad.
Yeah.
And just kind of like,
Oh, buddy,
try to be
you don't
friendly.
have to do that. I'm used to being short. It's all right.
Vincent would sit crisscross in front of him.
Just
That's-
more puzzled than anything else. But you said your name was Katunga.
Yeah, but again, you can call me whatever you want. Folks call me Dolls, Saki, whatever you need, friend.
Sure. Well, perhaps for now we stick to names. We'll go.
Okay.
Are you here to train?
What's your name?
I'm Amir. Call me Skip.
Oh, well, all right, Mr. Skip.
But tell me, are you here to train with us?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not really, wedded to any one thing specifically. I was I was over at Veer a couple weeks ago, and I started hearing stories of some folks out here pulling some mighty fine adventures, and I figured I'd come over and just see what's what.
Amir would stand back up and look to Vincent.
I think they gave us a little too much credit. We're still pretty green in our adventuring, but we do what we can.
We're a few months
Well,
in. We're already safe.
As I was getting settled in here, I heard you guys had this school, and I figured I'd come by and just see, what it is y'all do.
Well, the
Sure.
more the merrier. I have
Sure.
no issues with somebody wanting to come and maybe get a little training here. That's what it's for.
Gosh, I apologize, sir. I don't. First of all, I didn't catch your name there, fella. What was your name?
Oh, I'm Vincent. I've been known to be called Vinny by a very select few of people, but
I won't call you that, there, Mr. Vincent. But I'm not necessarily here to be a student. I'm actually, well, I ain't gonna toot my own horn or what have yous, but I think I may be more skilled than most of your students here.
Is that so?
I mean, I'm sure that seems like a whole bag of hooey, what with my stature and all have you. But I'm willing to prove myself if that's what you need.
To be fair, your stature means nothing against you. We
Duel.
travel with a
Duel.
3'3".
I'm not insulted there, friend.
In fact, you might actually enjoy meeting our friend Trudy if he returns. I'm hoping he returns. He was gone for quite some time, but
well, I'm always happy to meet any friend.
I'll tell you what, we'll go about our training day and you can see what you think.
All right.
You would probably see Dammit running around the training yard at this point, and he's probably heavily interested in the small chew toy that's sitting over the side.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if
Damn
it
it,
would
not a chew toy.
be. I don't know if it would be like a sparring or something. But I mean, however, a level 8 thaumaturge gets to show off their stuff.
I was thinking about
questions him. He is a little dull person.
I was thinking about making Testicles our first student.
I'm not gonna spar
Maybe
against the puppet. I mean, I think we'll do our normal training day, and he just watches. Like you go to a practice, you watch a team practice before you ever practice with them, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Poor Testicles, you'd put him through.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, Testicles is still pretty low level.
Level 1 fighter
just
versus
ass
level
watch.
8 thaumaturge.
Right.
Somebody needs to teach me how non-lethal works because I don't remember.
You
Yeah.
would immediately put him down.
Survives the scarecrows just to get killed by a puppet at home.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I'm sure perhaps over the course of several days, Katanga would get to, show off their stuff. I don't know, maybe take them out into the wilderness somewhere or something. Nonetheless, at some point, I'm sure we get to see at least a little bit. I don't want to spoil it for the people at home yet as to what Katanga can do, but
If anybody is curious, I do have kind of a training schedule for how their training day would go.
oh, you've come up with one.
Go for it. Hit me with it.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
So, wake up, they would do physical exercise. So they would go on their beachside run. Thank you, Vincent. They would, do body weight, and then they would do workouts with armor that they're not proficient with. So
Woof.
heavy armor, just to get a little bit of strength building. And then after the physical training, they would eat breakfast, and then they would start on their weapon training with wooden weapons. And then after that, it would be lunch, and then they are free to train up on any of the skills.
Nice. Yeah. So Testicles would be okay with the armor because he's a fighter.
He's a fighter, proficient in all.
Kira, it's rough for her.
She would probably wear medium just because she's a rogue and she's trained in light. I would go one stage up for them.
Okay.
Not just immediately, oh, you now have 10 or 15 less movement speed. Like, you can barely move.
And I don't believe barbarians get heavy armor proficiency, so it would be...
Not say spec into it, yeah.
So would be some training for the barbarian as well. Ooh,
Yep.
ooh, running on the beach. Jeez. Yep. Oh, man.
Gotta get them fit.
Yeah.
Gotta get them fit. So,
several days would go by, and eventually our dear sweet boy Graelfindor would come strolling into town, probably on back of Shadow Mist, right? That's the name of the horse.
Oh, yeah.
I always forget.
I forgot. I keep forgetting he has an intelligent horse.
Big
I'm forgetting we saved that.
And with Shalelu, noticeably, his brother is not with him. And I imagine they would, unless you say otherwise, Grail, probably head back to the manor first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It's a long freaking journey, and we went through a lot, so I would invite Shalelu back.
I have an idea for something you would see when you walk in if Skip is game. It'd be us just wooden short swords, just duking it out, just going nuts. Showing the trainees how real fights go.
Yeah, I guess I would be stabling my. Are you inside the manor or outside?
We're in the training grounds.
Yeah.
Oh, so you would see someone you don't recognize from a distance with Shalelu, but you can guess that it's probably Gryffindor based on the hat.
And Rob, am I wrong? Did you tell us that Shalelu had checked in early as well?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
We'll cross
She
that
checked in
bridge a bit.
before. She checked in with me before we all left.
Yeah, that's right.
So
okay, yeah, I would see them coming eventually and kind of motion to stop sparring so that he doesn't hit me when I quit.
Mid-swing cut.
I
point
can't
off the distance where Grail is coming, or not Grail, but Shalelu is. Seems Shalelu is returning, but I'm not sure who her compatriot is.
It can't. Can you share a full size image of what Grail looks like now?
Sure.
No. Oh.
Did you pull Gandalf and just go from gray to white?
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
Awesome.
Yeah,
he evolved.
Yeah, he looks very, very, very different. He went from his greens and browns and adventurer clothing. He has now a very ornate looking embroidered white robe with gold filigree with the symbols of Selwinian on it, if anyone's an elven historian, as well as a flowing cloak that looks like stars are moving around. Very, very, it's so deep purple that it looks black, but it's black. And then his hat, obviously, is the thing you recognize. You also recognize, I don't know how long you guys got to see him with it, but he has the spear, the elven branched spear.
Can I
don't
do
think
a
they saw that.
perception
No,
to see if I can identify him before he gets too close?
His hair is way longer now.
I'm not gonna make you guys roll deception. You guys aren't stupid.
Yeah.
You'll be able to figure it out pretty
but
quick.
The horse gives it away because Shadow Mist is one of a kind.
I would immediately throw the short sword in front of Grail. Let's see if you've lost any of your training, Grail.
The man.
It looks like
back on the road, Vincent. I think he'd prefer to hop off the horse, maybe take a break.
Grail.
I mean, the chess piece. He already said he threw a knife at him.
it looks like he
Grail,
wed a dragon. So
Grail would get off the horse and then like pull out his elven branch spear and like spin it, and then he'd put it at Vincent's like past his shoulder.
Vincent would brandish his Ashia. I've got something fancy new too now.
Feel free to keep talking. I'm going to ruin the cameras for a second while I grab your picture.
It's like, looks like both of us have gotten something nice.
Oh, not just both of us. Skip got some pretty nice stuff too.
That's nearly the same, and he kind of reaches into where he shows one of his hands. He's got this massive, like, metallic gauntlet that runs over it. It's got like little clockwork gears working over it. We picked up a few odds and ends here and there.
Is it like a gauntlet, or did you replace your arm?
It's a gauntlet.
It's a gauntlet. Yeah, it's just over his hand. He can like
That
when
is
you ask him, he like
amazing.
reaches up and hits a few dials, and you see like like Iron Man release, and he takes it off.
Gryffindor's spear disappears and reappears on his back, and then he walks up to you, and he instantly nerding out on the gauntlet. May I?
He takes it
Grail.
off for you and like, hands it over so you can like look it over.
Oh,
You should see the armor he acquired while we
He's,
were out too.
I forgot. He's not nervous at all. Instead of walking up and being like timid, he like grabs your arm and starts he like waves his hand over it and reads the aura and like studies it. I'm gonna need to make something like this.
That pop
For
up
my
for you
brother.
guys. So what do you look like?
Yep.
Yay!
Sheesh.
Look at that. You're prettier.
Bro looks fabulous.
Yeah, he's
That's
also.
white paint on your cloak, though.
Fabulous.
Was that?
You got some white paint on your cloak, buddy. You gotta be careful.
Those are stars.
It's nice to see that you've broken out of that shy little shell of yours, Grail.
War will do that to people.
No kidding, but I do prefer my personal space. And he's like his arms like like getting pulled by you.
My apologies.
He finishes taking the gauntlet off and like
he holds
you.
he holds his hand out for like a greetings. I guess I should better yet say welcome home.
Well, friends, this
We should say the same to you.
He pulls you
Welcome
in,
home,
like, he
girl.
grabs your hand, like pulls you in for like a bro hug, like the embrace, and like
It lasts a little bit longer. You feel like him tense up for a second. Yeah.
perhaps
I'm
we
happy
should
to
head
be back.
inside and have a drink. We can unpack our travels and see how we're doing.
Shalelu, would you like to stay?
Oh, suppose I wouldn't mind. Maybe
You are welcome to stay as long as you'd like, Shalelu.
Might be nice to get to sleep in an actual bed.
We have plenty.
I look at the manor. Right. I almost forgot.
Yep. We kind of went up in the world, didn't we?
Yes, you could say that. And I look at the pin, the pin on my robe. Quite.
We're on our manor, sorry, and he points over to the students, and you know most of our cast here. We've been training them in the martial arts, but this is a newer addition. This is Katunga, and he points down to the little puppet that's like, I assume you're still there every day.
Oh, you're a puppet. That's incredible.
I guess it's what I am. You're an elf. That's incredible.
I like this one.
You're far more impressive than I, friend. Nice to meet you,
Well,
Gryffindor.
I mean, I appreciate you saying that. I guess I'm not going to fight you.
You should see what he can do on the battlefield. He's no slouch.
Katunga or me?
Katunga.
You.
Oh.
Well, I'm sure you
I'm
too,
aware.
there, friend. By the way, I haven't caught your name. Everyone keeps greeting you and all, but
I'm sorry, I introduced myself. It's Gryffindor. You can call me Grail.
oh, well, that's all right, Mister Everweave.
Oh.
I see that you know my last name.
I thought you just said you gave me your name.
Oh,
Sorry about
oh yeah. Well, we'll say I said my full name.
okay.
You may call me whichever you like.
Tonga rolled
Alright.
a lore lore party
Actually,
member.
I gotta roll anything for lore. I just pass them.
Boom.
Unless it's
Yep.
giants or warfare, I've got nothing.
Honestly, it probably wouldn't be surprising. Like if he told you his name was Grail, you're like, oh yes, he's Grail. That's Gryffindor Everweave.
Well,
Since you've heard of them.
I've been in the town for a while. I came here to look for the heroes
Yeah.
of Sandpoint.
Yeah. So I think it's funnier for you to actually say that. Oh yeah, Mr. Everweave, and be like, okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised we're this well known by now. Well, we would be honored for your presence and help in our endeavors, if that's the reason for you coming.
Oh, well, I'm flat. I didn't know y'all needed help. I thought you were just running a school or something here.
No,
he's mostly just come
we
for
are.
training, but not necessarily training, just to see what our general vibe is. He's picked up a thing or two here and there, and to be honest, we've picked up just as many things off of him at this point. Quite
We're
the
gonna-
oddity.
Speaking of picked up stuff, Grail, we have some books for you.
Indeed. Perhaps we have
Not only books, but he pulls Ashia Sword of Lust out. Also, I want you to look at this.
He floats it over to himself and like spins it around, and I'll identify it with Read Aura.
Okay.
Is that a Lore Thassalon, or would that be Arcana?
It is a Thassalon.
Lore
Requires-
Thassalon would be a lower DC since it's relevant.
According to the actual input, common and Thassalon for languages.
Thessalonian.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, you've actually never seen something like this before, but you are getting a very powerful magical reading from it. The magic feels though, like, spending some time looking at it, like with the Read Aura, you feel like this has a lot of hidden power in it, like it's been suppressed in some way. And then, through the books that they might tell, or they tell you, you end up figuring out that this is one of the 7 swords of sin. As the lore of it goes, each of the Runelords using their own power rather than dealing with debate, like battles against each other as Runelords, because that would be catastrophic. They would
champions.
They would
Champions.
have champions where they used like a sliver of their power to forge weapons for them, and they would handle the disputes through duels using these blades. So this is like I mean, this is obviously like Grail drool worthy. Like, oh my god, like how the fuck did you get something like this? This is insane. Not to mention if they ever fill you in on everything else, like oh, we also got to see all 6 of the other ones too. But
Gryffindor's initial reaction is like actually kind of blank on the outside. Well, Vincent, seems we have quite a lot more in common these days.
I was thinking the same thing.
He'll look at him, go, I'm impressed. You two have done quite well. I'll study this when I have some free time, but drinks first.
What you got there, sir?
That's a powerful artifact, friend. A sword that we're going to use to fight our enemies.
Do you mind if I take a quick look at it?
That's fine by me. I don't think you're going to just grab it and try and run.
Well,
Note to self, put a returning rune.
Thaumaturge is
And,
the most like, ooh.
He just kind of looks at it for a second, and he's holding a small little like glowing thing on a chain that he's just kind of like twisting around his hand like a fidget toy. And he pulls out a little journal and he looks down at it. Hey, what's a 28 on whatever the applicable lore is?
It would be probably pretty close to the same. You would know a little bit more as far as Ashia.
I'm a know-it-all, so you have to tell me more.
Yeah, so Ashia was the name of the original champion who wielded it. How to put this in role-playing terms, not game terms. It at its full potential was a +5, whatever the best striking, flaming, like greater
and
flaming.
on a crit hit, So on a regular hit, every single hit for the actual sword, you would have to do a will save, a DC check of 20. Otherwise, you'll be charmed. On a crit, it's a 25 DC will, and you get
Well, that's first edition stats.
yeah, that's all the info I have on it.
What you would know is pretty much it has an innate ability right now that it can be activated by the wielder that on a hit can possibly charm someone.
Is any of that information that Grail didn't get?
Yes, yeah. All that
He
stuff
would
I
relay
added.
that and be like, "Oh, sir, you might not have noticed."
Grail actually surprisingly rolled really low on his Thessalonian. I just gave him extra stuff because of
Sure.
he's just a big nerd about it.
I also forgot my +2 from Redora.
Mm.
I don't know what I rolled, but if it was low and I
You
still
gotta-
got stuff.
You rolled a 6 on the die, so
Oh, that's pretty low.
Yeah.
Well,
Also, I don't know if I can actually upgrade this sword.
No,
This isn't a sword I can be like, I want cold iron. No, it's
is what it
stuck.
is.
It is
Yeah.
what it
Oh, well,
is.
friend, I can help you with that if that's what you're worried about.
well,
oh
I think
yeah.
I think that can.
perhaps
another-
you two would have more in common to discuss than we've imagined.
So Vincent would turn
it's,
around to the trainees and be like, "You guys are dismissed for the day.
Unless
It's
you
a-
offer one drinks, you're welcome.
You don't
to
mind if
join
I
us.
stick
Unless-
around there, do you, sir?
I'm
Uh,
fine with it.
I would.
If anybody wants
thank
to
you.
join us for drinks,
I would gladly love to invite you for drinks. It's a fresh breath of air
I
for someone
appreciate
else
that,
to
sir.
be as knowledgeable, or more so in this case.
Oh, I'm sure I'm not quite as knowledgeable as you there, Mr. Everweeb. I appreciate it.
Oh, in this short time I've been gone, I've finally understood how little I understand. So I have no illusions that you may know quite a bit more than me about many things.
all right, so you guys
Uh,
enjoy some merrymaking and some drinks. Are you is this are you guys gonna play like catch up at this point, or is
yeah, I don't
Give
know if
sort of.
Skip wants to, but I would retail the nice little dungeon that we went through and what we came up against, and
That would be
the
part that you would join
acquiring
in for,
of
yeah.
the Sword of Lust.
Oh yeah, I didn't look at the music.
Gotcha,
Oh,
gotcha.
yeah, I haven't done that either.
Yeah, I'm not playing any
Yeah,
music
no,
right
he
now.
wouldn't tell
so-
about his family in front of people he doesn't trust to know these things yet.
Sure.
Yeah. I didn't know how much Skip would want to inform anybody. The only reason I know is because I was there. So, not my story to tell.
Uh,
Go ahead.
I guess Gryffindor would stay quiet again with guests until he had he was also looking for, he's like keeps looking around. Tree's not back yet, right?
Mm-mm.
No.
Okay. And he would also obviously ask about Tree's, absence, and he would stay mostly quiet about what happened until Amir or Vincent approached him later.
I don't know if Grail would know, but we'd also let him know that Una is no longer gonna, be adventuring with us.
Oh yeah, if he hasn't caught up to you yet.
Also, I heard he was getting into politics before we left, right?
Yeah, probably. At least like a little.
Yeah.
No, that had come up as the mayor
Okay.
had, I think, openly said something in front of all of us.
Yeah.
Mm.
Finally choosing to pursue the life of a public servant. He was already doing quite a lot before. Even during our adventuring time, spent most of our spoils on the town. It seems
I feel
fitting.
real
They will-
bad for anybody who
Our sport?
Like their share of the spoils.
Yeah.
feel real bad for any of the city members that pisses Una off.
I should set aside a fund to help them with their endeavors.
You're gonna be the super PAC.
I mean,
And support the
Vincent-
campaign. Make sure they always
Vincent
get
would
messages.
hold his arms up to the manor and the training, be like, I mean, we might end up making funds out of this that we could put back into the city.
Yes, we'll talk about charging your students later because, pro bono might be.
Our town needs more defenses, and the guard we offered to them. Most of them weren't interested, but These are the handful of people who are willing to learn to defend themselves better.
I am much more interested in making sure this place doesn't get wiped off face of the earth than charging them silver.
Additionally, training others helps me hone my own skills, which have been needed to grow as of late. I can't just keep slacking and getting by as I've always done. It's time for me to take my training serious. So, look to improve. The situation has changed.
Would Katanga have anything that they would talk about during all this stuff, or are they mostly just listening? And...
They're really just listening and scribbling in their journal from time to time.
Okay.
Just fly on the wall sort of stuff.
All right. We'll save, since some people are revealing some stuff, we'll save that because next incoming is going to be our final person here. So probably a couple more days would pass. During this time, Shillelagh would probably spend a couple days, but eventually she would leave to go back to where she stays in the forest. Noticeably, she probably makes more trips back into town. You might notice over the course of the time, but eventually, a unrecognizable figure would probably ride up to the manor. How would you describe that they look currently?
Well. Hello? Am I here? Am I alive?
Yep,
what a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you froze.
Probably the first thing that would be noticeable. What time of day is it?
We'll say it's like a little afternoon.
Okay. There is an aura of glowing energy surrounding this creature. It's a pretty substantial, like 15 feet. There's just a shimmering, like almost heat-like aura around them. And in that shimmer would also be a suit of armor that is glowing, silver white. They are not walking. They are similarly riding a pony, also decked head to toe in a suit of armor. And to kind of top it all off, they have a just gorgeous red flowing cape. It's not windy. It's flowing in the wind.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Amir would like come out if you're coming to the manor. He would, if they saw you coming, he would step out and, I beg your pardon. What is your business here? Who are you?
I will add.
They would. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I will add that the cape is also emblazoned with a insignia on it. If you could get that over to me, Krova, the winner.
The winner.
I would appreciate
Number 4,
that.
right?
Number 4.
The winner.
But go ahead.
Also step out and watch the approach.
You would also note that it is wearing kind of a pseudo heavy helmet, but with the faceplate has been completely. And there is, as I get closer, a porcelain mask. Was once gorgeous and beautiful, has been currently defaced.
Ooh, Discord is going nuts.
They must be.
Smear of a smiley face in like berry juice stains.
I don't mean, can you repeat the last like 10 seconds you totally cut out?
Yeah.
Great. I love that. So, flowy cape, yes.
Porcelain mask.
Wearing helmet, porcelain mask. It was originally supposed to be like a very completely debased by a berry smiley face.
Okay.
I'd
so
recognize
porcelain
that.
mask that was meant to be very ornate and beautiful. That has berry juice making
Yep.
a smiley face.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, you cut out
I-
at the exact same
We're
point.
getting like every other word of it.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm gonna probably
I'd
have to
recognize
restart
that.
my internet.
Internet connection, yeah, is definitely being funky.
I'd
Yeah.
recognize that face anywhere. I bet I could name the berry.
Hi guys. How's it going?
Three.
Oh, pretty, but definitely didn't recognize you from a distance. You're quite the imposing figure these days.
I got
Vincent would-
stuff.
Vincent would look over at Skip and be like, "Oh, what did we do with our time? They made a grand entrance."
No kidding. We were also here first, and with the last leave as well. Perhaps we should have gone plundering more. Oh well, Tree. Would you like to come inside? Grail's actually returned as well. He'd definitely be excited to see you.
Wow, that's great. So this is me.
Shit, we're struggling to hear you again.
No, hello.
Internet, snow.
There you are.
Hi.
Yeah, it's just
I,
like cutting out
as
on you
I-
now and then.
Yeah, I might just have to restart my internet now, but before I do, I would say my voice, I'd go, also, am I still here? You still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great. This is Stompy. This is my battle pony.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Goblin Dog has
Stumpy.
already run out. Damn, it's like running around sniffing the pony.
Here is that insignia.
Tree, you will be interested to know we have a. Oh, that's fucking dope.
Just imagine
Jesus
the blade.
Christ.
The way I imagine the blade has more fire crawling along it, and then probably has big like horns on the skull. We couldn't quite
Yeah, not
nail
really.
exactly it, but we all have imaginations, thankfully. So, but yeah, that's what it's
That
like.
is on my red, perpetually flowing cape.
Tree, you'll be interested
what's
to know we seem to be slight collectors of interesting folk that I
like
kind of want you to
people.
meet.
Okay.
I miss Tree.
No doubt.
I would
Good
lead
band.
Tree to where Tunga is.
You got two small, cute people.
Bottle over and go, hi, my name's Tree.
Oh well, hi there, friend. My name's Katunga Mananga. Wait, I this is probably very rude. Should I call you Mr. Tree or Miss Tree?
I am a tree. I have no genitals.
Oh well, I need to use one of those too. I know that sounds weird, but
Technically, I suppose you would use sir.
Sir Tree, it is. Thank you, friend. Weird little
Oh,
part in my
nice.
brain.
Yeah, you are a
But
knight.
also,
So.
my name is Tree. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you there, Sir Tree.
Nice
So,
to meet you, Tongus.
This is our last party member. This is Tree.
Oh, well, I didn't know I was part of your party, but I appreciate it.
Assimilated.
Grail
Oh,
would
assimilate.
Just introducing you to the last of the party. There's not more people going to be showing up.
Right.
I understand. I understand. I heard there were 5 of y'all, but I ain't super good at counting. I ain't got no fingers.
Grail will
The
leave
other
the room
one-
and
Well,
speak.
The other one left for political.
To pursue
reasons.
other endeavors.
Yeah, to help out the
Oh.
city a little bit more.
They felt their
okay.
skills were more suited for.
Oh, is that disfigured fella?
Yes,
Indeed, that is the
Una.
Oh, I met them when I came to town. They're nice. Well, they're a fella.
one. No, they are nice.
Some
enough.
days.
Grail will-
Excuse
Maybe
me,
I'll
Mr.
tell
Tongus. What are you?
Well, I like to think I'm a friend. What are you?
I'm a plant-based creature that is being possessed. Dating.
Well, you cut out there, friend. It's weird that you just
Wait.
wait mid-sentence.
There's bandwidth to the deity is kind of
Yeah.
Tree's actually not here. Tree is still back at where they were at for their downtime. This is a
The
hologram.
tree is using too much with the aura.
That's the
Full
shot.
Luke Skywalker.
I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go restart my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Okay.
Cameras
do
will
you want to take our
be.
break early to give him that few minutes, or
Yeah, we can do that. Imagine people are going to be doing a lot of catching up during this time. I will say whether how much time passes or what have you, and you can choose to reveal this when you want, but a letter would arrive to Una.
Oh.
Okay. So I will drop it on Tonga, but it is for Una.
gotcha.
But there you go. All right. Okay. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a little early break just to allow D'Artagnan to fix their internet connection. So we should hopefully be back pretty quick though. Won't be a full one.
Yeah.
So hang on tight and enjoy the tunes.
There's that.
No.
And we're back.
And my
Thank
computer
you.
locks up.
Thank you for your
Oh.
patience,
for real.
everyone. Thank you. Just trying to work on
Technical
some.
difficulties.
Yeah. We also, while you were restarting, we upgraded the server to level 2, so we should have higher audio quality now. So
Should. Yeah.
Jeez.
hell yeah.
Sheesh.
All right. Where were we?
Talking.
Tree had just shown up.
Just showed up.
Reunion.
We met your pony.
Bet your pony stompy.
Battle pony.
Tree
Stompy.
was meeting Katanga.
Mm-hmm.
Tunga Moana.
I am Moana.
Is it weird that Moana, make way, make way? That's
It's
all
made
that's
by-
going through my head now.
That's what I was quoting you.
That's
Wouldn't say
yeah,
babe.
yeah.
I'm sorry, bud.
Just that one little clip. Damn it.
Katanga, you can go ahead and roll that will save now that you've been subjected to that.
I think I'm gonna save that till I need it.
He's got a nat 20 will save. He doesn't
In the pocket.
in the pocket.
Keeping that
Get out of
bad
jail
boy.
free.
You asked me what I was, and I said something along the lines of, "I'm the root tree system of a tree that's currently being possessed by the spirit of a pseudo demi deity."
So that's what the rest of the sentence was.
Sure.
Oh, well, okay.
Mystery solved.
We just call it tree.
Yeah, it's my
You're a
name.
friend.
I used to be the first tree, but now I'm just a tree. First tree of spring, specifically. I got it.
Are you a different season now?
No, I'm just a tree spirit.
Well, Tree, it is very good to have you home. I cannot wait to hear of your travels and get caught up.
Yeah. I am so tired. I can't even describe to you how much I hate riding a horse.
Stompy seems
chafing.
nice.
Stompy likes to eat on my toes.
And the confusion, I suppose. We'll
I can
put
see that
Stompy
being
in
an
the
issue.
Stable off to the side. You can go ahead and see yourself in, and I'll lead Stompy over to the stables.
Let's hope
Okay.
Shadow Mist and Stompy don't
Shadow
Right.
collaborate and become degenerates together.
Yeah.
Stompy has cool armor.
Right.
Yeah. Stomp has got cool armor, and for those of you who are right next to me, my armor is also slightly glowing.
You also have an aura of fire.
Yeah.
So
Basically,
Yeah.
I'm
Good time.
tired of taking fire damage, so I will be about 15 feet away, right at the edge of your aura.
No. This is good. This is holy fire.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Sure.
No fire has been
Gleaming-
good to me lately.
gleaming on
Is
Is
it
it-
real fire though? Because I am made of cotton, sir.
I'm a made of wood.
Can you can you long rest this? Because I still have missing slots.
Sure.
If
Been
it
a
makes
real
you
long
all,
month.
if it makes you feel any better, and I go, yeah, and it,
And
I appreciate you turning off your
Interesting.
Super Saiyan there, sir.
yeah. I don't know what that means, but I got you, dude.
Dude.
Where
This
did you
interaction is
learn
gonna be way better than Una.
At
Oh
this
man.
point, I assume Tunga has just been like staying at the manor with us. We just like he didn't have a place to stay in town. We just offered if you're like, hey, if you need a place to sleep, like you can sleep here for a while.
Do
with
we-
the train and stuff?
Do we offer him a full room?
Maybe
No.
not that. Maybe like one of the guest rooms.
Genuinely,
Yeah.
even if you did, he would very much be like, "Oh, you can just put me in a cabinet."
I don't know how I would feel about putting.
There's like an empty large storage closet that we hadn't found a use for yet. And you're like, that's my room.
Yeah.
And you just like stay in there.
Harry
I'm good
Potter
enough for a cupboard.
closet. Harry Potter closet.
Yes.
Yeah, sir. I
Might be
cannot
one or
express
two.
this enough. I am not a creature of flesh and bone. I am made out of burlap and cotton. So you can squish me up all you want.
Sure. It just seems rude to do that to a
Yeah,
person I'm
Well,
speaking
yeah,
to.
unless I
Sure.
tell you specifically that it ain't, and it ain't. I don't mind.
All right. Sure. I
Well,
appreciate
we'll let you
And,
sleep in a room, and you could tell us if it was too much room, and then we'll readjust from
I
there.
don't want to put nobody else out. That's all.
And we have plenty of rooms that aren't being filled.
I mean, Amir would
Oh,
probably
wow.
want to save it in case Una came back. On the off chance that Una did come back. to
Una's
the
got
adventure,
a
he
room.
would give you a room. I know
Hey,
you already have
eventually,
like,
Una's
Una
going to come back
now.
in the near future.
Vincent
Yeah.
went through and
So-
already put really
Ooh.
badly crafted placards on doors. Una's got a room. So does Shalelu and Grail, and everybody's got a room.
No one can read them.
I want to just say though,
Nope.
with that one, I like to think Vincent crafted them and tried to put them in everyone's native language, and mostly there's just
failed.
horrifyingly bad slurs.
Okay.
Like the one on Grail's door is so fucked up.
I
Deeply
promise I'm
offended.
not.
He starts to
not,
get angry and then sees Vincent's like hopeful face. I'm like, I hope he
Vincent's
likes
so
it.
happy
And
he
he's
put like
"You like
golden filigree on there. He spent hours like carving it neatly. Like, this is the right thing. It's like, that is the N word for elves. What is wrong with you?
He's like, but I read this elven version of like To Kill a Mockingbird. I thought, I thought it was a term of
Worst-
endearment.
worst literature to use.
didn't finish the book, in fairness.
I read
Something
about
Boo
6
Radley, That's as
pages.
far as I got.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
I imagine you guys all like convene somewhere in the manor and play
Oh, lost
catch
her.
up.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
If
Depending
any,
on what time it is. 'cause I've
whatever
got training I can lead.
general catch up you guys are wanting to do, or if you're wanting to do like private catch ups. I know the situation with like, oh, we got our new friend here. Don't know if we're gonna trauma dump on him. So
Probably not.
I'm totally fine with trauma dumping. So
Floor is yours, then.
Okay, so all right, here's okay, listen. I wanted to get to know my church a little bit better, right?
Sure.
And so I decided to go where my church was the most churchy. And that turns out, I talked to some people, is a giant hole in space-time where demons come out of.
Oh,
And
Oh, the World Star?
yeah, that place.
You
Jesus.
made a mistake, didn't you, friend?
I did.
Well, you turned out all right.
Well, yeah, sure, yeah, uh-huh.
Well, this is all prefaced by him saying they saying they were going to trauma dump, so I don't think it turned out all right.
So here's what happened. I'm kind of, in their eyes, a loser. And so I was put on a little side group whose job it was to go grab other losers and take them out of combat and bring them to a medical clinic where we patched them up and we threw them back in to the hellscape.
Adding
So
some
you were-
embellishments
you were
here.
in-
I never said anything about being a loser.
You
But
were
I'm
a
sorry you
medic?
saw it that
Is
way.
what you are describing? You were a battle medic? I
Yeah.
don't believe that means being a
So-
loser. That's an essential role.
Well,
you
listen,
play.
there were a lot of people who were not very nice at the beginning.
I'm sure they were very tensions were
there's-
high. It is the world wound.
Yes,
There's
there were a lot of
something-
people who lost their minds while I was there. This is
There's
true.
something that is bugging me with that sentence. So you took the bad fighters out of the fight, you patched
Yeah.
them up,
Yeah.
and then you threw them back in the fight.
To be fair, they volunteered again.
Oh, okay.
It's all volunteer based. But also, if we were to lose, everybody in the entire continent would die.
That is fair. There's a lot at stake.
I
And it
don't
seems
know
you
if
didn't, and I appreciate that. I like living in this continent.
Yes.
you could have come and gotten us if you needed help.
No, I was just a medic. I wasn't important.
At the stake of the entire continent, I feel like maybe some better fighters might have helped.
And additionally, how did you come about all of this gear? And you showed points around your glowing fancy armor and stuff that you were wearing. And
Well, some things happened. And maybe the literal devil tried to escape. And me, we might have, saved the world.
Vincent's going to lean over to Skip and be like, "We didn't do that by summoning that portal, did we? Did we
Sure.
cause some of this?
absolutely not.
Are we sure?"
But just in case, don't mention it.
Yeah. Good choice.
So
It's been going on
what
for
do you-
over 100 years there, sir, so you're fine.
Do you mean Asmodeus?
No,
Just 'cause
I don't
it's
remember the
evil.
guy's name. All I know is that it was the pure evil. It was actually just a giant arm.
It
It's coming out of
was.
a
It turned into half a Baylor eventually.
Ah,
Good God,
Just a smidge.
just a little bit of him, just the tip.
and I thought we had it rough fighting dragons and a mummy, and then you finding that vampire who threw his own sword disco.
That man was a completely different vibe than this. So you saved the world? Is that what I'm understanding from this?
yes.
All right, sure.
World Wound is still active and ongoing and all that, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Out of
but
character. Okay.
yes.
Still
There
about
was,
10 adventure paths before
That's
that
out of
gets
character.
resolved.
I'm just making sure we're not
Yeah.
changing a massive part of the lore.
Nope.
There was a big invasion and it killed almost everybody, and then we turned the tide.
Well,
And we thought we had it hard in our
surely
travels.
they don't see you as
Why
a
would you call yourself
loser
a
anymore.
loser?
Yeah.
No, I got knighted.
Oh,
Well, there you
And
go.
they gave me this cool cape. Look, it's
is that why you
billowing in the wind.
Sir?
You don't have to.
But you're
It's very-
nice.
I am. Hold on. Let me. I got a plaque. Give me a second.
So, is that plaque made of wood? Did they give
No, it's
wood?
gilded.
Oh, okay.
It's
So much is going wrong in my head. I think I took too many hits in that dungeon.
Did you say you got
It,
knighted?
yeah, the plaque, and I hold it up, and it's shiny and gold and whatever it says. Sir Tree, protector of the realm.
That is quite
quite the accomplishment. Congratulations.
Also, they're building a statue, and I have to go back at some points to there's gonna be a parade, and
You have to.
Oh my god.
Jesus. My God. That is quite impressive.
The good news.
and I got this armor, and it's made out of Dawn Silver.
Oh,
The good news, your room isn't going to be as empty. You have plenty of wall space for that placard now.
Great. I was just gonna, put it in the closet because it's really heavy.
Don't worry, we'll make sure it's hung appropriately so that for all to see.
He will. I didn't do so well putting your guys' placards up on your doors, and I apologize.
Glad you said
But
that.
I tried.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I got a mask, and I got a cape, and I got this armor.
That is quite a... Cheers to you, Tree. I assume we're at dinner or something, we're all eating, and it's just like...
It's kind of funny, Tree. We have something in common finally.
You also killed the demon god?
I killed the demon, and I got knighted.
Oh, cool.
Vincent looks over at Skip. Where did we go wrong?
I don't think we did anything wrong, my friend. I'm pretty sure we saved a man's children from slavery. That's not insignificant.
We did, and I got a sin weapon, and you got that really cool gauntlet.
Take a ride.
So,
Yes, unfortunately, my fame came at a great personal cost.
I feel like I should ask more about that,
You want
but
to
I
talk
don't
about
think
it?
that's conversation for.
You want to hug it out?
Hug it out. All right, group hug, trauma sharing. Well, I suppose there's no use beating around the bush. I went and helped my people complete their war against the Drow. And unfortunately, yes, we thought the Drow had left, but it seems that they were secreting themselves away in a pocket dimension hidden inside our people's capital, Selwinian. We discovered this portal to this demi-plane and laid siege upon Selwinian and the location it was at. Come to find out that demons and other things were assisting them in this. Fought many a creature, but they were the worst. Unfortunately, the creature at large escaped in the demi-plane and destroyed the portal. Thankfully,
Was it a giant elephant monster guy?
No, well, I didn't get to see the leader. I did fight several of his minions.
Was one of them tiny bat creatures?
It was a rock, a bird-like demon creature with a terrifying scream. It was
Oh, yes. There was 8 of those.
we encountered one of those as well, actually.
We fought one of those.
Man, sounds like God was not original whatsoever.
They just so happen to be in every adventure path that we all got assigned.
Man, I don't control.
Did you guys fight? Did
So
any
my-
of you guys
Super God
fight
was
a
unoriginal.
vampire?
No, I actually got to participate in a minor adventure path. So,
So did we.
well,
So did we. So did I.
unfortunately for my brother, he lost his arm in the battle. And he's.
Do you want me to grow it back for him?
Actually, we'll talk about that later. It sounds like a great plan. I told him I was gonna get him a new arm, and that's why I wanted to study the gauntlet so bad. Maybe I could forge him a replacement. But if he can get his original arm back, maybe.
I'm afraid the gauntlet doesn't do much in the way of mimicking motions or any self-autonomy. It's more of just overcharges a swing every once in a while.
It hits really hard.
Well, since I am a master craftsman, some alterations may be required. But if we can grow it back his original arm, that would be preferred. He said, "Don't be in such a rush," but I feel like after all that he's been through and done for us, my family, I owe it to him. But Yes, the Selwinian Watch knighted me for helping free our people from centuries of war.
Well, that explains why Tree is not the only one who came back with a new aura. You're quite the different person.
Mine was merely cosmetic. It seems Tree's is divine of nature. So
All can be Tree.
yours is the greater accomplishment, Tree. Thanks for saving, this plane of existence once again.
I mean, I'm gonna be really honest. I got really lucky. I had a group of okay, so there was like 4 of us, and they were like super badass, and I was just kind of there.
Oh, sir, when you're telling the story, don't mention that part.
That's what they said. So
Yeah.
I struggle to believe that, Tree. I've seen you in action.
no, there was
Give
this
me a
one
chance.
guy.
Embellish.
No, he had this giant. It was the biggest sword. It was like the size of like a whole one of you, and he was holding it. It was like ah.
That sounds like.
And it cut this. No, do you know what an elephant is?
I believe I've seen a picture in a book.
I know
Okay,
it's
so
a
imagine an elephant, but it's on a giant's body, an elephant head. And
Interesting.
he managed to cut it in half.
That sounds like a great sword if I've ever heard one.
It's
Hey-oh.
huge.
Good lord.
And then there was he could shoot 4 arrows at once.
That is how does that work?
I don't know, but he hit every time.
So, how that would work, as a ranger, I can inform you, you knock 4. I can knock 4. I might be able to hit 1, but you knock 4, pull back,
Alright,
shoot.
We'll try that out tomorrow in the training grounds.
For some reason,
what as you say it will.
For some reason, I believe
For me, it doesn't.
Your instruction
doesn't
seems a
work.
bit lacking.
Indeed.
That's... You notice I don't use my bow much, right, Grail? That's because I didn't train in the archery. I trained in up-close fighting,
Because you
so
just do
I
it.
know basics,
Yeah,
but I don't know the
Like
intimate
Nike.
details.
It just works.
it just works.
How do you shoot 4 arrows at once? You shoot 4 arrows at once.
Grab
Yep,
4
put 4
arrows,
arrows on
and
the
you
knock
shoot.
and
What do you
go.
mean?
I'm pretty
I'm
sure
confused about the
if
question.
anybody could
2, 3,
tell you
4.
how to do it, my Uncle Raph could probably teach you how.
Speaking of which,
Yes.
have you received word from him yet?
Nothing yet.
We ended up heading near that way, but we didn't have a chance to make a stop.
Nope, we got slightly sidetracked. We rescued some kids from slavers and then found ourselves in a dungeon. Which,
but-
by the way, Tree, and I pull the sword out. Hopefully this doesn't irk you, but this is a sin weapon.
I mean,
No.
my friend up here is he smells of it, so it's like
Well, now you have 2 friends that might reek of sin.
I no longer practice sin magic.
oh
Then I guess I'm just the odd duck.
That is a significant update, actually.
yeah. How did you do that?
It took quite some time, but I attuned the book to something I discovered, something I spoke about in passing previously. I'm going to use terminology that I invented myself. It's virtue magic. It took quite a lot of time and reallocating my anathemas. Similar, but the application is different. I can no longer harm others using elemental forces, which still is the case, but my power comes from protecting people. And the
Interesting.
runic magic of kindness, which sounds strange at first, but it's a interesting path. I'll be writing a thesis on it over the next century or so, but it's quite limiting, much more limiting than it was when I was using Runelord magic. But
That
in
is
a way,
most encouraging to hear, though, that you've found a higher path along the same power.
Uno would be proud.
I think it's
Indeed.
given me quite a lot of peace, actually. I've set aside my envy after the time spent with my brother, and actually being able to fulfill my purpose of protecting my people. I believe it has assisted me in letting go of such things. I'm sure that in the centuries to come, the study of this type of magic will grow as the Runelords surface. If they surface.
I'm very glad to hear that you have all been solving your own problems and coming out for the better for them. It would seem in our time I have only come to have more problems.
You want to hug it out?
To be honest, I want to scream and break things, but hugging will probably help.
Tree hugs always make things better.
As you remember, we saw my great aunt when we were in Magnamar. She had told us that there was someone impersonating me and had been living with my family the past 2 years. We orchestrated a series of events to where I could meet this person impersonating me one-on-one. I brought Vincent along as backup just in case. I was more concerned. What is most surprising was their face was not a recreation of mine. It was my face in my body. It was interesting, disturbingly enough. It is my ancestor, Emir Thane Mors Venator the First.
Your namesake. Interesting.
Indeed. He seems, it would seem, a past me made a deal with his spirit, gave him my body in return for leading our family on some crusade against the Whispering Tyrants. I'm unsure as to why I would have made such a deal. I feared that who I was weak and gave in to some idea that I would be getting out of the duty that I was required to serve my family, but still raking in the rewards and the honor of leading them in this endeavor. But he is also the man who killed my brother. You see, he's speaking of things that worry me. His goal is to destroy the Whispering Tyrant, but his ambition.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
He speaks of conscriptions and taking over cities to reallocate resources.
It's a bit barbaric.
He's turning my family into an army and leading them on the warpath. They've already grown a great deal since I was there. They're building siege weapons currently. Most of them seem to be aimed at undead, as most of them were alchemical weapons aimed at, my best guess, undead giants. There's always been rumors they live in that area, but I doubt he will keep them aimed at undead for long. The most worrisome portion. I spoke with him on my way out. He is powerful enough that I could not take him 1v1 at the moment. I'm not sure we could overcome him.
As badly as I wanted to, we wouldn't have stood a chance.
We as in the cumulative.
Me and Skip. We wouldn't
for
be
the
able
time
to take
being,
him.
I have aligned myself with them. I made it clear to him that I will have my revenge one day, but in the meantime, if they are truly just growing and eradicating undead, it is a strange conundrum I find myself in of disagreeing with their methods, but agreeing with their intentions. And so I've told them I will work with them if only they will meet me in the middle. If they will do things my way while I help them. But the part that concerned me the most was when I was having this conversation with my grandfather. He spoke of Absalom wanting to make a journey. There was something there that intrigued him, something he thought that would help him to slay the Whispering Tyrant. I fear he speaks of the Starstone.
The Starstone? Well, Tree, the Starstone is a relic that can make a mortal man a god. If you've remember...
Oh, that sounds great.
Have you heard of Caden Kalian?
Yeah, he did the thing. Well, allegedly. He allegedly.
Probably a better example would be his own god he worships.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Iomade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was the first one to ever accomplish the.
I guess I would have used that, but my religion's not that high, so I just go with the personal, close to home.
You pick the one that is actually maybe.
Yeah,
he did it on a dare.
right.
Yeah.
He was drunk.
Like he was in
up a god.
Yeah.
Drunk,
and then he doesn't remember exactly how he did it, other than he was dared at a bar to go do it, and then the next day he did it.
I guess I would have thought of Ayamade.
But nevertheless, I don't intend to give him the opportunity to even try. He is, make no mistake, he is an undead. He is a spirit inhabiting my old body.
What I have heard
why my family have even followed him at this point is beyond me. They are aware of the situation.
Would I have any idea what? Have I heard of that type of undead with my lore check earlier?
Of what his ancestor might have been?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, it sounds like some sort of spiritual
spirit.
Oh shit! If we're doing lore checks, how about a 30?
Actually, that's exactly what Grail rolled. So it's a 30.
Oh.
Yeah, it seems to be some sort of lingering spirit. Your best guess is because he probably was very powerful in his living days. But it's also not super uncommon for especially spirits to linger if they have like a goal, something that they're trying to accomplish, and they feel they've been robbed of that opportunity to do so.
As someone who once justified the ends via the means, I see why you're trepidatious about this, and it's not worth the sacrifice, Amir. It's not worth the sacrifice of who you are. But
understand this as well, that my family had become an already twisted shade of what we began as. We've become a for-profit undead slaying family. We did many things out of charity, but most of it was for gold. He's making them a truer version of that, but twisting that again into something else. I want to change my family for the better, but not with him. My own parents agreed to my brother's death at his command. There are a few things that can reconcile that in my brain, but that reckoning will come later. First, I make my family better. Then I killed my great-grandfather.
And so you admitted that you can't do it alone.
Yes.
I'll have your back, should you need it.
I appreciate that.
And my shield.
And my bow.
Going to need all of our assistance to bring this man down.
Oh man, you give him
your
bow.
He was a hero of legend in our family.
Your bow? What a discount.
Dart said shield. I had to throw bow out. Nobody was covering the bow.
You could have been the cool ranger, and you had my sword.
And my sword. Instead, you're the
my
bow.
sword.
Instead, you were like a Legolas at home.
Yeah.
I am the Timu Legolas.
1d6 arrows.
You're Wish.com Legolas, brother.
Timu. Wish.com's even an upgrade from me.
Okay. Well.
And Katunga's just kind of listening. It's like, oh boy, y'all got some fuck backstories. No offense, sirs.
Welcome to adventure.
Well, buddy, I've been doing it for 20 plus years. I ain't got none of that. What about you there, Mr. Reinhardt? Do you also have some horrifying stuff that's happened to you over the last month?
Last month, we fought dragons. Skip here almost got, pincushioned by a room of falling swords with a vampire in it. We fought Mummy.
Find out your mom's like the devil, or that the woman you once loved is a succubus, or nothing like that?
Nope, my parents were former adventurers and got killed in a giant attack on my village.
Well, as horrifying as that is, and I do apologize, it seems like you might be coming out on top here.
Everybody's frozen.
You know, I didn't look at it that way, but yeah, out of the group, I think I might be the best off in that situation.
Tonga, you've actually piqued my interest. You said you've been adventuring for 20 years. Tell us a bit about yourself.
I don't.
Yeah, why
I
are
don't
you
really
only
like
level
using
8?
that word? I've more been traveling for 20 plus years. You know, I'm a little doll fella. You know, there's not much to me. I travel from place to place. I learn things. I meet folks. That's really all there is to it. Ain't nothing too special about me, sir.
I've never actually seen another you with anything similar. How did
Well,
you
that
come?
works out. I've never seen one of each of you. I like to think we're all individuals here.
That's fair, but most of us are at least similar-ish. But how did you come to be, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, before I get to that, I will point out that one of you is a talking tree, and you are a sort of undead person. So, I mean,
Sure, we've seen
we're all
Leshies
to some
before.
level of...
We've seen
you
Leshies
seem
before.
familiar?
I think Leshies are a common race now, right?
I'm actually closer to Mr. Tongas here than I am to you guys, because Leshies are also summoned by wizards more often than not.
But I ain't trying to bicker or nothing like that. I was a familiar. You know, I worked for an Escamatage for a number of years. One day he stopped showing up to work, as it were, and I took what I had and I went on a walk.
I'm sorry, a what?
A walk.
No,
You know,
before
with
that.
The legs.
Escamatage.
What's an
The
escapade?
wizard.
Yeah, that.
Well, it's a fancy word for a wizard of sorts, I suppose.
Well, okay. Very small words.
Oh, a tricksy wizard. How about that?
Oh, we love that. Perfect.
All right.
So you've just been on your own since then?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm on my own in the way that we're all on our own in this big wide world. But, you know, I've spent, like I said, the last 20 years traveling. It's not like I've just been walking the whole time. I meet folks, I make friends, I move on.
You know, coming to Sandpoint was probably the best choice of my life. I have met some very interesting people.
I'd like to think that Mr. Reinhardt here, you are by far the healthiest of this group.
He looks down at his stomach. I try.
Oh, well, you do have misaligned abs. That is worrisome, I'll be honest with you.
They came in that way. I'm sorry.
Well, it's how AI slop goes.
Fade to
Damn
us
it.
talking through the night of just like telling adventure stories.
Oh, that's funny.
Right. So you guys play some catch up. You get to know Tonga a little bit better. Eventually, that letter arrives for Una.
So yeah, at some point Una would show up. I assumed you guys would all drink and what have you, and good moods and all that nonsense, so we don't have to recap the last 30 minutes of talking. And eventually Una will go like, gotta switch voices again. Hey, you know, guys, I'll be honest, I'm very happy for y'all to be here, but that's not the voice I used before. Fuck.
Stuck on Katonga.
Look, I'm just doing the masculine voice because
You're fine.
they got hit by a coconut on the way over, and now they got a masculine voice. Hey guys, so you know, in my capacity now as a console person, I actually got a request, which shockers, I ain't gonna fulfill, but you know, the mayor of Magnamar, Lord Mayor Grobarus, whatever his name is, he reached out to me, and you know, he said he needs some help, and was gonna pay some coin, which I will assume I have here in my back pocket, for each of you to take let's say a liaison out towards Turtleback Ferry, which I assume I also have a map towards.
There's also a map
Would we
store.
know of Turtleback Ferry?
God nodded yes, so I do.
There's a map store in town. Yeah, you would know. You actually went by past Turtleback Ferry.
Oh shit!
It's a little bit past the Shimmer Glens.
Mm.
So
Great.
Una, you know, gives you guys part of this letter. He goes, that I'll be honest, most of this is just glad hand and give me a, oh, how great you are. We don't need that nonsense.
Was it flowery enough, by the way? I was doing my best to try and make it.
Oh God, you did it flowery. Text font notwithstanding. But
Perfect.
There's a bit in there where it says, "It is with heavy heart that I must sour this message of congratulations with business as well. Knowing how heroic you and your allies are, I hoped it would not be uncouth for me to do so. Something has been brought to my attention that I had hoped you and your fellows may inquire upon for me. According to a recent message from the village of Turtleback Ferry, it seems that they have had no contact for weeks with our nearby Fort Rannoch near Hook Mountain. I am assured that there is nothing to be worried about, but just in case, I wanted the best to investigate into it. I'm offering a payment of 125 gold pieces to each of your group that will undertake this task. This will act as payment as well as coverage for any expense on the trip. I await your surely favorable reply to my humble request and look forward to the many more opportunities that our partnership will produce."
Una, let me stop you right there. I know you just finished. Did you say Fort Rannoch?
Yeah, I did.
And
you got some backstory there, didn't you?
No contact. That's where my uncle is. Where the Black Arrow group is.
Wait, the Black Arrows have gone without contact.
That would explain why my uncle hasn't gotten back to me.
Additionally, my family was preparing to war with presumably undead giants. We should get moving shortly.
Yes, we should.
I like the font. The font's good. I can't read it, but it's
See,
It's
I'm not
good
crazy.
font. I can't read it, but
Wow, that is really good font. Jesus, though.
it really is.
I have
That's
four
You look at it
options.
like, God, that's so fancy. And you're like, God, I'm so poor. I don't know how to read fancy shit.
I had 4 options in font, and this one was called Aristocrat, and I was like, "There's one that makes sense."
That is.
That's it.
It's
yeah.
pretty.
that's it. Yeah.
And then
Fair
I just had
enough.
to come up with really flowery language. So
You did good. You did
Thank you.
good, sir.
All right.
You did
We're gonna
good.
say, Tunga, we find ourselves a man short with Una having other responsibilities. Now, would you want to tag along by chance? I'm sure the extension of 125 gold goes to you as well.
Oh, well, I won't say no to free scratch, but yeah, sure, why not?
Could use the assistance. We've seen you on the battlefield. You're quite capable.
Have you? I don't know the
Training ground, but
What you were willing to share for our training ground
Oh.
exercises.
I like to think you're a voyeur, sir, and that makes you more interesting. That would explain all the the small peepholes I've noticed inside this manor. It is weird you have that one down real low in the bathroom, though. I'm not sure what that's for. I assume that's for the short fellas.
Note to self: need to go patch
I
those
was
holes up.
trying to check. I was trying to check it out, but somebody poked me in the eye. The damnedest thing.
so I imagine Una
Goddamn.
probably writes a letter back to the Lord Mayor saying that they're going to accept, and list that there's going to be 5 people undertaking this. So obviously the time for the letter to get there, and then eventually a messenger would arrive with like a chest with 5 separate bags of 125 gold. So it'll be over a course of several days, so you guys would have some time to like do some preparation if you want.
Oh, yeah.
Do some research as to where you might be going.
So Fort Rannoch, I would know where to go because that's where I came from to
Yes.
come to Sandpoint.
Yeah,
so
so-
I would know how to get there.
Yeah, Fort Rannoch is to the north of Turtleback Ferry. It's when you're actually getting into the mountains, kind of on the edge of it. Turtleback Ferry, you guys actually probably passed through there on your way to Kermaga. But it's like a really small village that's right on the edge of a lake. I think it's called Clay Bottom Lake. You guys probably just kind of breezed right through it because it's just really small and doesn't really offer a whole lot. But yeah,
I do actually want to buy something with the 125 gold.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and stock up on some potions.
I found a spell heart that's actually really good for me that I didn't know existed until like today or something. It's called a phantasmal doorknob.
One, two. Those are awesome.
I unlocked the GM core book, so you guys can load it now. So I know.
Oh, nice.
Some people are having issues with the items that are exclusive to that.
That one's actually in the chest of treasure, whatever, hoard of treasure, whatever that book's called.
Oh, the treasure vault or whatever, vault of treasure.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. Which they just did a remake of.
They did.
Phantasmal doorknob.
People are not happy about it.
Here's what I will ask you. How do you see that? Because you're putting that on the gun, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Picture that. Tell me what that looks like on your gun.
It's gonna go on the bottom of the pommel.
Do you just see it as a pommel?
Yeah, yeah. It's just gonna be a doorknob stuck to the bottom of the handle.
So mine is on a star knife. So like, you know how like on a trucker's steering wheel they have like the big knob.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I like to think that my star knife just has a knob on it that like I throw it with.
You can like
You
spin
like
it.
hold it, and, like spin it, and
Right.
That's fucking great, actually.
Because
I was thinking about that earlier because I saw it and I was like, I
doorknob
would
gonna do on a weapon?
Where would I put it on the gun though? And the answer is on the handle, on the bottom of the handle. Just all right. So yeah, phantasmal doorknob. I'm gonna buy that.
All right. Don't know what it does, but go for it.
So it's a common spell heart. If I crit, the creature is all creatures are considered concealed to it for 1 turn.
Oh, nice.
Because they're dazzled.
Yeah, it's dazzled, right?
Yeah.
Is that like once a day or what?
Nope,
No,
just
it's
for
on
crit.
a crit.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Immediate
Spell hearts
regret.
are
Like,
badass.
oh shit.
It does have some actives that are once per day. They're like cast spells, but I don't have those spells, so I can't cast them anyway.
Gotcha.
No, so long as you can cast a spell, you can cast off the spell heart.
Oh, in that case, my
That's how it
casting
works.
proficiency is just ass.
Yeah, so it's a spell heart is basically a permanent talisman.
Gotcha. So yeah, you can cast Phantasmal Killer. Is that right, or is that just for the higher version?
No,
The
no, no,
6th
no.
level version has Phantasmal Killer. Okay.
Yeah, so on this one, all you can do is Phantasmal Treasure,
Yeah. Okay, that makes
which
sense.
is basically worthless. But let's be honest, we're both got it just for the dazzle.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I think actually no, I think we can do Figment, which is a cantrip. Again, it's really for the dazzle.
It's really for the passive. I'll take
Okay.
that out of my gold though.
Just a
That's what I
reminder for everyone now that we're all the way up to level 8. Make sure you're double checking and checking how many items you're invested in. So there is a limit.
That's not a thing that I give a shit about. I can get up to 20 now.
That's
Oh my
insane.
God,
That's
really?
a whole
Thaumaturge is
Yeah, you're the only
Now
thought.
find me the money to get 20. That's a whole different kettle.
Does
I also helped Grail Vincent buy a bunch of stuff.
anyone do
I'll help them buy some
anything
rooms.
else in preparation for this trip?
You're gonna help me buy what?
Sorry, no, Vincent. Help Vincent buy runes. We
Yes.
upgraded his armor.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
thank
finally
God.
got a +1 armor.
I spent money on some items for myself, and then an extra because I only had 2. I bought a 3rd long strider wand.
Nice.
I no longer need that the long strider wand on me.
You don't want 10 foot of movement?
I do.
I think it could be used on Lily, anybody else, and I will be just as fast as them.
Do you
I'll
not?
take it.
Oh, because you're on a horse, huh?
No, because I am fast.
Oh,
Spell hearts don't have
No
the
one else
invested
wants it.
trait.
I'm happy to take it.
I will transfer the effect to.
Mine
Am
no
I
longer
correct
the-
in that? Spell hearts don't have the invested trait?
No, because they're talisman.
Holy shit. Okay. So I've got 1, 2, 3 things invested? I don't have to
Yes.
invest armor runes and weapon runes, right? Yeah.
No,
Yeah, you're fine.
4. I've got 4. The blazons are invested.
I've got
1, 2, 3.
2 invested. Would my boots abounding?
yes. Those
Okay,
are
so
invested.
I have 3 invested.
How many things invested
Talisman.
can we have?
Boots.
10.
Oh, man.
Okay, I'm good.
And then of
I'm
course
good as
everyone
well.
Remember
check your bulk too.
when it used to be attached to your charisma score or modifier back in the day?
That's crazy.
I think that was during the playtest. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was.
That sucked.
Yeah, I heard that was pretty awful.
Unless you're a charisma-based class.
I also want to direct
Thaumaturge loves it.
your guys' attention to something that I added as well. It's in the party sheet. It's going to be BOH, which stands for Bag of Holding. You guys can create your own bags of holding, which I can assign you as the owner of, and you can drag your items and put it in there, and then they will be actually in a extra dimensional space, essentially.
We love that because Grail, don't you actually have a bag of holding?
I do. I got a bag of holding too.
Oh shit! Can I give you some stuff?
His is large.
I can hold 50 bulk in mine.
Great. I would love to get rid of some of this garbage.
Which is actually great because I think you and I are tied for the strongest. Actual.
I have. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have a +4. So.
You have BOH 1 for me and BOH 2 for him.
How do I give it to people?
If you drop it in the party sheet.
Pathfinder calls them spacious pouches now, which is hard to find in fucking Nethys.
All right, so
Can I drop stuff? Okay, we can.
Yeah, you can drop it in that party loot section. The top bag that's there is the type 2, which is Vincent's. And the bottom one, type 1, will be Grail's. So, just an additional little tool for you guys to be able to use, so it's better. The one catch, just to be careful of, is if you... apparently they have a hard time being able to program it differently, but only the DM can mess with money. So, you have to let me know if you're going to put money in there.
Seems reasonable.
I don't have money weight turned on, so it doesn't really matter, but just so people are aware.
Also, I got tattoo artists. I can make magical tattoos for anyone who is wanting to get one at half cost.
You know, speaking of that, I've been meaning to ask: does tattoos just fall under the what's it called, investiture or whatever, or is there some you can only have so many tattoos?
You have one? Nope, they're invested.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It finally froze. Damn it. Made it all this way.
At least it froze while you were in like a point of contemplation, so you look like you're just like working really hard. So,
yeah, but I'm getting tired of it doing this.
Keep in mind that this is just a kind of floating party loot section, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna start moving it into a bag of holding.
If you click on... If you're wanting to put it in mine, click on it, and it'll pull up, and you can just drag and drop straight into it.
So
that's cool.
Just an additional little fun tool for you guys.
The way it goes.
Anything else anyone does for getting ready for this trip?
This is a minor retcon, but I was cheating with my shield. It didn't actually matter for anything major, but I learned that you actually have a limit to a hardness to it, what a shield can do.
A limit?
And seeing as how that's the case, the shield that I have is maxed out. So the reinforcing rune doesn't do anything.
Ah, gotcha.
Do you guys see that I'm moving stuff out of the party loot and it's not moving out of it? It's just...
Yeah, I'm
like
seeing a bunch of stuff going on.
So when I move stuff from the party loot to the bag of holding, it doesn't take it away from the party loot. It just adds it to anti-play, like to the bag of holding. So I've made a bunch of extras because I didn't think stuff was getting gone.
I gotcha. Yeah, and we'll just go ahead and let me see if it... There, I can just poop.
Okay, I didn't move everything over yet, but unless you did.
Oh, looked like everything was over. I looked at the bottom of the list. Yeah, like
most of it was useless adventuring gear shit, so.
Guessing you only had one water skin, one soap.
The main things were like numbing tonics, elixirs of life, and Bravo's brews. The Bravos brews didn't make it, but that's the only thing that didn't. There were 3 of those left. I can add them over.
Okay.
How much is the conversion of selling equipment? Is it 50 gold or 50%?
Yeah, 50%.
All right. So I'm selling my reinforcing room because I don't do jack shit.
Oh, I mean, you can just get full refund for that because I think you just bought that on mistake.
I mean, I've had it for so long that I feel like it would be disingenuous to not just sell it.
Okay. At half market price it is.
Okay. Basement.
Okay.
Nice. Great.
This. It returns.
Yep.
Go.
All right. All ready.
Yeah, I'll text you in the downtime for something I buy. I'm not going to dig through everything for like, what can I get best for this money?
Yeah.
I bought 3 potions.
Right.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share this map of Varisia with y'all.
Chia bacon.
Yeah. So here's Sandpoint down here. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys are going
Up.
all the way up here.
Good lord.
It's about, what, 300
And
miles?
Here's Kermaga to give you an idea.
Ooh, we're going far.
So
Is that just a crazy cliff face that just like falls off? I never noticed it on the map before.
yes, yeah. So those are called the Highlands. So or the Storval Plateau. That's actually where most giants live, is on the Storval Plateau. And this is called the Lowlands, and that's where most small people, compared to giants,
All right.
reside. Storval Plateau is not kind to really anyone, but probably when you guys had to take a heck of a funky trip to get to Kermaga, but that's why Kermaga, the picture of it has like the skulls and it's raining down the waterfall. That's because it is on top of the cliff for it. So
Holy shit.
So,
All right, that makes sense now.
Looking at this map, is there a route you're going to make us take, or do we just basically, and we're there? Because it would seem like the easiest way would either go to Magnamar, or is it Nybor, and then take a ship up to Turtleback Ferry.
yep, that's one of your guys' options. You can hop on a ferry, and hopping on the ferry will take you guys about 2 weeks of travel to get there. It'll cost you guys 5 gold each.
Damn it. I was going to build a boat.
Have Vincent help.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
I'm being for real.
that'll
That
go
was
good.
one of the things I wrote for my downtime.
I
was
know.
if I had had time and we were just going to get a boat.
On foot will take you guys.
His one on a crit.
On foot will take you guys about 4 weeks. On horseback, if you all get horses, it'll take you also about 2 weeks. So
And the
So I'm
boat will
hearing
take us.
boat will take you about 2 weeks. That includes the trip to Magnamar to take it.
I like boats.
And hose.
Yeah.
Just a
always
small
down for
question.
sailing.
The city just south of Nybor, is that Wardle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, Amir would definitely advocate for a boat because he loves boats. So he would want to sail.
That is where Vincent is from.
So,
I was there. I went there once.
during your days of preparation, whether it's waiting for the money to arrive or spending the money to get prepared before you guys leave, Shalelu would show up at some point. I imagine you guys would probably tell her what's going on and what you guys are gonna do. Is that safe to say?
Yep. All right, new motherboard on the way.
I would also get Naffer involved so that he could watch. Damn it. So
His usual getting to watch the dog.
I gave him like a year's salary already in one fell swoop. So like,
He's not complaining.
What happened to your guys' Rat Man?
Oh,
that's a good question.
that
Where
is a
is-
great question, Grail.
The Rat Man is with Celeste at the sanitarium.
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
Oh.
that's right. I forgot we did that.
Okay.
Because I didn't trust any of you fuckers to take him on an adventure with you.
He would have been
You're
fine
taking
with
him to a
us.
crazy death dungeon underneath an ancient city. Like, what's the?
Hell, him being there might have made our chances of success for killing everything a little better.
Or
So-
at least cannon fodder.
Or at least
After
face tank.
after telling her where you guys are going, she would probably visibly react to that, and then she would ask if she could come along.
Of course. But might I ask your involvement? You seem to know something that we don't.
Just
She
something.
has some interest in Black Arrow Group. She asked me a question before, so maybe it has something to do with that.
Yeah, she says, I do have an interest with these black arrows, and troubles me to hear that something might have happened to him.
Can I sense motive since I've
Sure.
gotten to know her and I know that she's not always super duper open about things?
Yeah, I mean, she seems like she's being pretty genuine about it.
Okay.
You think she might have an ulterior motive of some sort, but based on conversations with Vincent, it sounds like it does have something to do with the Black Arrows. She has asked him openly about them and their techniques and stuff like that, his time that he spent there. Cool. Who would like to play as Shalelu?
Never mind.
Ooh.
I mean,
I'll
I
do-
can if
She is
It
a
doesn't-
level 7 ranger with a fighter dedication.
We got a lot of background. I'll do it.
I feel I know the character.
same.
I feel like I slept with the character in the background.
Wait.
Tree's got those bits?
I wasn't talking about
got
me.
weird, Rob.
I was gonna say that's something Vincent might have tried.
I do want to
Shalew's
show
hot.
off, someone made this really cool art of her. Name is Krister Sveen.
Ooh. Yo.
Oh, hot damn!
Dude.
Dibs.
I gotta say, leaving the cleavage
No.
seems like
No,
a
no.
bad job
I don't think
tactically.
Hey, listen, we
worry about
we had some stuff happen, all right?
Y'all got trauma
He
bomb.
seems like
that could
a
be
very good
Vincent's-
artist, so I'm going to share in the chat
That is a
their
good
art
art.
station.
Yeah, that's it.
That's solid art.
So,
Sorry.
But yeah,
Sorry.
let me go ahead and
Solid.
relinquish my ownership, so you can go ahead and grab it there, Grova. Should see her in the
Blamed.
character.
What a badass. We fought in the war together, all right?
Didn't know she had fighter.
Dedication.
Knew she was ranger. Didn't know she had a dedication to fighter.
Yep.
That's
She's pretty
solid.
badass. I gave her the.
I can't claim her.
Only she has a snapshot, but I gave her through her dedication. a point blank stance. So that's what she got from fighter. So she uses a composite longbow, so point blank stance makes it that she doesn't take the -2 when shooting within the volley range.
Solid for an archery based.
You don't see.
Shoot 4 arrows.
She probably could, yeah.
Do you not see her in the character selection? Is that what's going on?
I'm pretty
don't.
sure shooting multiple arrows at once would be like.
There we go. I cannot claim it.
I wonder, do they?
It says owned by Crove Steel.
Oh, it's just really laggy.
There you go. So there you are, Ro. Familiar with her? She's your pretty stereotypical archer build ranger. So good old hunter shot and all that. So I'm going to regret having her being in the party because she's going to obliterate things. Good old 2 shots for 1 action. Yeah, fuck me. All right. Do you guys do anything else? Prep.
Next, I'm doing some amount of shopping, but I'll tell you about it afterwards.
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
don't have to
Does
dig
anyone have extra gold and want a tattoo?
I have 14 gold left.
Does that mean the party now has 2 tattoo artists?
Yeah, are you also a tattoo artist now?
I get it for free from Runelord. Cost.
Okay. I
don't
already
know what
did
the
the
list
magic
of
tattoo.
tattoos are.
You would ask, and Amir would like pull his shirt down and show you, like over his heart, there's a big Pharasman tattoo now that's like on his chest.
Face tattoo?
It's
Yeah.
neat.
Hell yeah.
Skip went through a fun time, so he started getting ink. You know, needle therapy.
He's already got a few magic tattoos. He's got the one on his face that's the eye/grater that he also buffed up. And he's got a triangular like shark teeth tattoo around his arm.
I'll
Oh, are we showing these things off? And Tonga turns around and like pulls up the back of their shirt. There's these geometric shapes that definitely don't look like a tribal tramp stamp. Somebody gave me this a while back. It's pretty fancy. I ain't never seen it though.
Does that one aid with anything in particular?
Does it aid? What do you mean?
Is it magical or?
I mean, I like to think all things I got on my body are magical. I don't know if you're aware of this, friend. I am a walking thing of cloth and cotton.
I had noticed.
I should not exist.
All right. Well, moving on. just goes back about.
So out of character, I'll give you guys essentially till next session to make any final purchases before we're gonna have to go like. Well, no, now you're in the middle of nowhere, so you
can't get anything.
Or no, you're at Turtleback Ferry where they're lucky to have they have a general store. So
right. We have food.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is it okay? That's what I was gonna ask. Is this one of the things where we actually give a shit about rations?
We have 2 rangers that could hunt.
I mean, I don't really care. Yeah, I mean, Shalelu does have I gave her that feat, the skill feat or whatever for the being able to hunt for food.
Forager or something.
Yeah,
I
something like
forgot
that.
what it's called, but so can't remember how many people she can field. Yeah, Forager.
Can a tree get a tattoo?
Yes.
Like a branch, right?
From, like,
One of your
cards or
branch?
initials
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
Paint. You can paint on it.
You can feed up to 8 people, I think.
Oh damn.
Oh no. She can feed up to 4 people besides herself.
Nice.
She does not get hero points, so
That's one.
don't even
Does the
try.
puppet need to eat?
That's a good
Which
question.
reminds me, I
Puppet
need to start.
any sort of consumption.
Yes. When we get to that point, it'll be funny. But yes, they do eat.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Just starts mothing some of our clothes. What the hell?
Well, I'll explain to it when we get there.
He's a muppet. He's just like crumbles, just start going down.
Something occurred to me when I was talking to my kid, and I was like, "Oh, that's unsettling as hell. I love that."
Well, you guys would spend a couple days traveling to get to Magnamar. Pretty much you have to stop once. So one day, and then you're to Magnamar. So what was it? What would it be that they would have seen?
So at some point we would have stopped to around a campfire and eat, and Tonga would be off to the side, and I'm sure somebody would notice that they're like not really looking like they're going to eat with the group, and be like, well, friends, I apologize since we're going to be traveling. I try not to let people see me eat. It is unsightly. See, it's a side effect of being a constructed creature is that for whatever reason, they constructed me with a need to eat. It seems kind of silly, but it's what I am. But the problem is if you cut me open, I ain't nothing but cloth in there and a bit of gossamer. And he opens his mouth as wide as he can, and it's like a Muppet mouth. There's no throat. It's just, like that, right?
Yeah.
No.
So what I do is I have to put the food in my mouth, and I masticate it up until there ain't not much there but pulp. And then I just kind of drool it out as a gray sort of gruel, devoid of any essence, flavor, or what have you. It is quite unsightly, and I apologize, but it's just the way I was built. So I try not to eat around folks for a reason.
Gryffindor starts like slowly putting his journal away. Okay. That's fine. I have learned not to study my friends anymore after an incident with Tree.
He touched my soul hole.
If you've got questions, friends, I got notes. Not to be rude, probably quite expansive compared to whatever you've got.
You know what would be
Makes
even
sense.
better?
What level is that? I looked at that. I didn't pull up the item.
Level 8 tattoo.
Ooh, I probably didn't pass then.
If I need to go lower, I can go lower if so desired.
Wait. What tattoo?
RX
It's in the chat.
Rock Smite.
Okay, can I help you?
Oh no, this is going to have spoilers for the Triumph of the Tusk Adventure Path. Guys, I can't look at this.
Let me just tool up my crafter's eye.
Sorry about that.
That's a plus. That gives you a plus. How much does aiding with the master rank give you?
+3 on a crit success.
Aid. So you get +3 to that. Does that make you succeed?
That would actually
think
make
so.
it on the dot.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the formula. This part's round, not square.
Sure. I'm not as familiar with this sort of tattoo. I've been mostly working with faith-based ones lately, so appreciate your assistance, and then we kind of fix it.
Yeah.
Does that mean I got the tattoo?
You got the tattoo, yeah. You got paid a gold cost still, but we crafted it.
Okay, how much? Gold. That's so expensive.
Tattoos are not cheap, and they're also invested.
It's fine.
Hey, at least you only had to pay half, right?
Well, I have to pay half the gold or all of
No,
it?
you gotta pay the whole gold unless we take multiple days to make it.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I mean, we're traveling for a couple of days, couldn't you?
Yeah, we could take the
What's
multiple
that?
days. Yeah, just every day tattoo a little bit on them. So yeah, we could do that, and we could work it down to a half.
Yeah, just do half. You get, because you're gonna be on a boat here soon for almost 2 weeks, so it's gonna be even
And how
easier
much
to do
gold
stuff
did we
there.
get from
Where does Tree
the
get it?
guy? 150, right?
125.
And then just don't forget your 5 gold for the ferry as well. So,
How short are
Yeah. Where does Tree get the tattoo?
I would imagine it would probably be the only place that it could possibly be is on its back, because everything else is spindly little root systems. So the biggest chunk that you could tattoo on a tumbleweed would be the original,
the
Yeah.
Tree bit.
core of the. It's very tiny.
I like to think you just got like a Mike Tyson face tattoo.
Well, my also not a face. It's also a spindly. It's the mask is for because it's just roots.
Tattoo on the mask.
Hey,
That'll
when we're
work,
talking
right?
about magical tattoos, I think we can just make shit up as we go. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we're fine.
I think it's. Then if that's the case, it's just a herd of bison that are just running up and down. It's moving on the roots.
That makes sense, actually, though. It's kind of cool.
Perfect.
Everybody.
Today it's over here.
Me.
Tomorrow it'll be a face tattoo.
All right.
Vincent's feeling very blank as he looks at the party
Getting tatted up.
and he's like, oh, crap.
Yeah, it's a shame that Vincent is broke. Well, he's not broke anymore. He has money now.
I spent basically all of it.
Well, you just earned.
I had 14.
You just earned 125 gold just for accepting this job. So.
And I spent it on potions.
Never mind that. Okay.
I have
Probably a good call though.
I have a total of 14 gold. I've already minus the 5 gold fare.
I also spent it on potions.
Well, you do still have. You could sell some of your
I'll
old
front you
stuff
some money.
too, but
I'm very rich. Would you like some money?
I'm not worried about it.
I have all of the money.
All the candy.
I mean, he does sound like someone who's quite worried about it.
Still have your
I
katana.
have I can't find it in the items list, but one of my tattoos is called Flowing Water, which as a reaction, if someone would compel you to harm an ally or a bystander, you can attempt a counteract check.
Oh, I might need to get one of those at some point because I fall victim to that shit all the damn time.
You got
Yourself uncommon stuff.
Got charmed by the sword I'm holding.
Is that uncommon? All the tattoos are uncommon.
I don't.
Oh,
You're crafting it, so.
I can't buy this one. It's from an adventure path. All right, going back to the drawing board.
You can. They're all from adventure paths.
God, how much do I have to pay you to give me this tattoo?
The one that you've been trying to get.
Yes, it's from Resurrection Flood. Pathfinder number 207.
That's fine. You're good. It exists in the zeitgeist now. I don't. If it was like a unique, it's not unique, right?
It's not
No,
unique or rare.
it's just uncommon. I just have to figure out how to give it to myself.
They're hidden in.
You'll just have to
Make it.
create it in your inventory.
Okay. Let's look at how this.
So I'm not going to buy that one part of the adventure path to unlock that item.
Yes. Okay. All right. I will take this one and I will use it as an example.
I just make things more complicated.
I'm sorry.
Always.
All right. So eventually you guys get to Magnamar. You obtain passage on the ferry. Make sure everyone pay your 5 gold. What's kind of going through like everyone's mind right now, like during this travel time? You guys are gonna be on this boat now for about a little shy of 2 weeks, probably about a week and a half ish. A little more than that, but
Vincent is very standoffish for the travel. Not talking a whole lot. He's not doing his usual like workout routine in the morning. He's just like, when we're on the boat, he's just 1,000-yard stare.
Sure.
Amir would take time to try to make Vincent interact every once in a while, just to check on him. Because they've been on, I don't know, they kind of had their fun buddy action comedy movie.
Oh, I do want to do something.
they went on their bro trip.
It would have been a great comedy action movie.
I
The
would
scene of
approach.
us in a rowboat getting attacked by a black dragon in a little underground lake was peak cinema. It was one of my favorite moments.
Shit.
We knew something was going to go wrong, and he let us get to the middle of the lake and was like, and then a black dragon comes out of the water, and we're like, God fucking damn it, and just started rowing really fast.
Every move action was like, crap. And then the next person, oh, damn it.
I also shot the dragon one time and then just threw my gun back in the boat and kept paddling. I'm like, you know what? Fuck, it's not worth fighting.
Damn.
It's funny. I do want to do something with Vincent though.
Ooh.
Oh.
So I would approach Vincent, and I'm assuming you're like leaning up on the railing or something, like doing your,
I apologize.
manly-
It's actually only going to take 1 week on the barge. So you guys are
I am
saving
hurt.
time.
I accept your apology.
yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, go ahead.
Right
with
now-
the display.
Right now is probably a bad time to tell you Vincent gets seasick.
All over Grail's fans.
All over. Blah.
Thank God for
Yeah, more than
prestidigitation.
one paint down there now.
Grail would just lean up and then he would hand Vincent he's like handing it in front of him a ring.
No, the one you shot me over.
I thought it was only fitting that it go to you.
All right. I need to take it and put it on.
Let it be 2 Runelord relics you're carrying now.
I'd give you my necklace as well, as it has very little meaning to me now.
He would pull his wolf talisman out. I already got one.
Seems
Wait, I'm sorry, did I hear you say you shot him over that ring?
okay. Well, there's some context involved.
There's no context. There's no context.
The context involved is I was not right of mind or of spirit, and since I hope we've made reconciliation.
He was really angsty and edgy, and he was upset, and so he attacked him. And then it was a whole thing.
Hey guys, I'm the newcomer here. Should I not be traveling with y'all? You're not gonna like get into battle and start turning on each other or anything, right?
It's happened twice now.
What was the other time?
You should be okay.
That was under a spell. That guy turned you against us.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
I don't think
There was
it's
a
the same
time
thing.
in the same day you tried to steal a
By the
bag of
same-
hearts.
The same creature cast dominate on the both of us. But sure, I mean, it's not irrelevant.
Long story
I'm
short,
sorry, a bag of hearts?
yes. Tunga, we won't intentionally turn on each other, but there are some creatures and things that may force us to do otherwise.
Okay, so just so I am clear, y'all have a history of violence upon each other, correct?
Correct.
Only once.
And also, for some reason, one of you collects hearts, right?
No, that was the
No,
bad guys.
the bad guys.
It was
Yes,
demon succubus lady who was casting dominate on everyone and stealing their hearts. It was a whole thing.
I get the impression y'all are kind of new to this whole meeting new people and traveling thing. These are things you lead with, just so we're clear.
Actually, I thought there were things you tuck away in a box somewhere, never speaking them out loud ever again.
To be fair, I wish we had
Do
never
you
thought
think
of
this
that.
might be why y'all have so much trauma? You got to talk this stuff out, friend. That thing y'all did at dinner where y'all just vented, that was healthy.
I'm
Listen,
trying.
I try to get them to do that every week,
Listen,
and it's not great.
I'm trying to do that with Vincent right now, but y'all should go. Y'all, now you have me mimicking your speech patterns.
Well, buddy, I have that. I'm a quite charismatic little fella.
I would agree, but it's now influencing the way I talk, and it's become. Well,
And
let's just say
you're
you
better
sound.
for it. I agree.
You sound better doing it than I do. Anyways.
Well, yeah, that's because it's his voice, and you're trying to mimic it. It's
This is
kind of
how
like
I talk. I'm not sure how to take that. I know not
not
insulting,
base.
but that's not my nature. but-
Anyways, Vincent,
infectious
will
is
you take the ring and use it?
Mary.
If he
Take
says
this
no,
ring
you
and-
shoot him. I'm confused.
I do want to make.
Vincent,
I do
still
want.
staring off, just holds his hand up, and the ring's already on one of his fingers.
Do want to point out one thing on that ring that probably was never brought up because it didn't matter before, but it
Oh,
does
God.
take
It's
one
cursed and
hand
you can't take it off.
to activate to hold.
Because it pops a shield.
Okay, cool. Just want to
Oh.
make sure
Yep.
you're aware of that.
Oh wait, it has to have an open hand.
Yeah. You have
That's
to hold
fine. It just
the shield of force.
if I want to activate it, I need to make sure my kukri's not out.
And if he ever drops
I become
the
Sword
shield, like if he has the force bubble activated and anybody drops
Yeah.
the shield, that gets rid of the force bubble.
I
Yep.
see.
Damn.
Important information when you look closer on items. So I was like, oh, this actually takes a hand to hold.
I actually just read through it all.
So arguably, if anybody, there's really only one person here who could use this effectively, and it's the one who just gave it away and shot someone over it.
Yeah.
Because everyone else is
Hilarious.
always going to have both their hands full.
Fair enough.
I mean, yes and no. It does give 5 damage reduction, and I face tank a lot.
I do have a pole arm now, so I also can't use it.
Oh, that's true. Shit.
And I now have a long sword, so, I do a little extra damage.
Nobody's got free hands.
That's
I
what I
did.
honestly was thinking, taking the juggler feat just so I could get an extra hand.
All right.
Juggling puppet would be funny.
Anyone do anything else or want to try to do anything else while on this week's travel on the barge?
Uh-oh.
We're there for like a week, yeah?
Yep.
I would like to talk to Mr. Skip.
All right.
Go up to you and I say, "Hi, excuse
Hello,
me.
Bree. Yes.
I'm just coming in to check in on how your prayers are going."
Wonderful. I think you're the only person I know who cares enough to ask about that specifically, actually.
I'm a cleric.
You'd be interested to know, and he shows you the tattoo a little bit on his chest as well. I've been actually dedicating myself quite a bit to being a Pharasman as of late.
Wow, that's really intense. I have a shield with my holy symbol on it.
That seems much less permanent.
Yeah, I can also turn it into my sword. But we don't have to talk about that. I've come to check in on you.
If I'm to be honest, I'm a bit lost as of late. The realization that my undead great-great-great-great-grandfather is possessing my original body, seeing him doing so, is a bit upsetting, especially as we are a family who hate undead and worship Pharasma directly. A lot of things going on I had felt Pharasma would have interfered with that she has not.
But she is. Actively. Right now. Right here.
I
Look
suppose
at
you're going to say through me, correct?
Yeah, that's how this works.
I had
The
a feeling
gods
you would say that.
have rules of impartiality, because if they were to get involved, then the bad guys would get involved, and then all of us mortals, teeny tiny, would absolutely be blown to dust by their mere presence.
I suppose when you put it like that, it is still quite a bit of responsibility to drop on someone who just woke up from being dead.
But she didn't. She brought you back to give you a choice. And now you're choosing.
I suppose that's fair.
That's the whole point of all this, baby. It's just all just one big road. And there's paths, and that's like Pharasma's whole stick is which path are you choosing for yourself? Just there to give you the paths.
Kind of sucks.
And also kill dead people. Yeah, dude, all this thing sucks, man. Let me tell you what.
It was a lot more work than I had hoped. In the past, I would have just shrugged off responsibilities and fucked off to a bar somewhere. And ignored all of this, but...
Now, that's called character development, and that's great for storytelling.
I suppose. Not that I'd want to tell this story to anyone.
I think that's fair. I was very, very not descriptive on all the terrible things that I saw up in that horrible place up north.
Additionally, is there... there's a word for patricide, but is there a word for killing your ancestor?
Probably.
Ancestricide? We'll go with that for now.
Sure. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, and I pull out my flaming sword,
I'm not
this
sure where this is
sword. Listen, I learned this literally 2 weeks ago. This sword kills ghosts.
Does it now?
And it leaves the body behind, unscathed.
That is quite interesting, actually. Is that a property of that sword specifically, or just in general?
No, I points to the thing. I asked the blacksmiths of Iomade to forge it. It's an astral rune. It does spirit damage, and it attacks ghosts.
I might need to look into that, actually. That could be quite useful.
When you were talking about it, I was like, hey, that's a thing that you should get.
Indeed, I'm currently presiding in my brother's dead body that's been repurposed to be my body. So
Right.
perhaps I could take my
What?
body back?
You could probably, maybe. The other thing is if you hit a really big weakness, it will force shunt the ghost out of the body.
Interesting.
I never learned how to do it, but you're a much better punchy, stabby, shooty guy than I ever will be.
I would assume I've heard of an astral rune as an undead hunter. Just probably
They
have
are uncommon, so probably maybe.
not as much. Yeah, probably like heard of like weapons having that ability and not knowing it was from a rune.
You've probably heard of ghost touch. This is like the next level above ghost touched.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense actually. Amir also didn't study very hard, so. Additionally, there's much business to deal with. I learned that my parents were not only aware but agreed with my grandfather killing my brother, which I'm still not sure.
Why?
My brother was dissenting, apparently. He was disagreeing with how my grandfather was leading the family. He wrote a letter trying to ask for aid in secret. He was saying that he was being watched by multiple people in the family and he was losing trust in most of them. This was just before his death. He was justified in his feelings.
Listen, I just want you to know that just because you have a shitty family doesn't mean you don't have an equally but different shitty family in us.
I appreciate you saying that. And I hope that if it comes time for me to burn my family to the ground, that you would be willing to help.
That's what we're here for. We're all psychotic.
Surprisingly, Tree, this talk has actually made me feel quite a bit better.
That's what I'm here for, buddy.
What do you say we go and try to cheer up Vincent?
I think that might be something that will come down the line. Do you see how big the cloud over his head is right now? It's crazy.
He's been having a lot of nightmares as of late.
Well,
We
whenever
traveled quite a bit
he's
together.
ready to have a conversation, he will find probably you, to be honest, but we'll find out.
He'll find me and I'll come and find you.
Okay.
I just like the idea that Tunga overhears us too. Like, hold on, did you say you're all psychotic?
Grail would
I need to get out of here.
now that there's some privacy, Grail would also ask Vincent some questions as well.
Okay.
And kind of share his situation. So, Vincent, your family were mercenary companies. Do you ever go to war with them?
No.
Just spent the last 6 weeks fighting a war. Can't imagine how your family does it for a living.
Did it for a living.
We don't know yet.
My uncle is the last known survivor of my family other than myself.
Known. Yes. Well, someone who lost his entire family recently. Other than my brother, I can relate. But you know your uncle. Is he a strong man?
Very.
Think he could stand toe-to-toe with any of us?
He would wipe us.
So, you've seen what we're capable of. And yet you've sold him out already. Signed him off.
See, my uncle, being a part of the Black Arrow group, has always been good at messaging back, sending letters, checking in. And he hasn't for close to a month now.
Do you think
And
he would do
then-
so? So if he was on deployment, if he was fighting for his life, I
Yes.
don't think. Where would he get the means?
What are you talking about? They have the means.
If you're in a battle in the wilderness or on the run, I don't think don't you think it would be compromising to be sending letters to the public? Your uncle seems like a wise man. When I was in Selvinian, apparently there was a group of us, a group of elves, that created a secret encampment that they kept private from everyone. My mother knew about this, and she even kept it a secret from me. There's only a select few people who knew. There was a small resistance watching over the occupied capital. I think your uncle in this situation, whether he be on the run, entrenched, or otherwise, might be making similar decisions. And at the very worst case scenario, there is a chance that he may be dead, but you can definitely think that there are probably more of them laying on the ground than just him.
I'd like to believe that, but with the frequency of the nightmare, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted.
That's allowed. You realize you're allowed to be conflicted. I was conflicted for over 100 years, and it took almost losing my brother to come to terms with it. I can't even imagine what someone in your position who doesn't have 100 years to sort over their problems, what they have to deal with. But I do want you to know that we're friends. We've got your back. And if we don't find your uncle, we'll sure as hell kill or stop whomever put an end to him.
It's the who I'm worried about.
Yes, well, it does seem things come full circle, doesn't it?
You know, I fought a fire giant.
No.
And by fought, I mean, I tried talking to him because he wasn't a hill giant. Hill giants are the ones that wiped my family out. I gave him a chance.
That makes you the bigger man.
Till he proceeded to beat my ass. I'm not as strong as I should be. I
None of
can't
us.
take one by myself. And that absolutely irritates me. They
None of us are
killed
strong
my
enough.
entire family. And I wouldn't be able to stop them if one came at me.
But that's the thing I'm trying to tell you, Vincent. Is you're not alone. You don't have to be. You've never been measured on our own individual strengths, and that was the mistake I made for so long. Envious, measuring myself up against my brother and my family, my lack. What I didn't realize is I had strength in all of you. The strength that supported me this whole time. I've come to terms with it as now my duty to give that strength back. Back to you and Amir and Tree, and maybe even potentially our new friend. Together, this is our strength. We laid low foes far more powerful than us. Times we should have all been wiped out or killed. And the same thing will happen this time. If we encounter a fire giant or otherwise, they'll have hell to pay facing all of us together.
And yet there are still battles that can't be helped with.
Yes, that's something you have to accept. You have to. You have to fight the battles you can fight. And fight we will. But you
Vincent
need to have...
would pull his new longsword out, hold it out in front of him, and just inspect it.
You have to be ready. You have to be strong mentally for what you're potentially about to see. Can I count on you?
Haven't given you a reason to not.
Precisely. He puts his hand on his shoulder. I left my family to come back to you all, so you better make me not regret it. Looks good on you, by the way. Looks good on you, by the way. I point at the sword. Although...
It feels different. It's not the sword that you first met me with. It's not the one I upgraded to not too long ago. This feels... good? This Is that a way to describe it?
You haven't struck me as one who follows the practitionings of lust, but I definitely understand what you mean.
Lust for power, baby. Just in my own way.
He was doing belly shots with ladies, so
I was just gonna mention that. The first scene.
Fair.
Well, I find it ironic that you uphold the strength of sin at the same time I've relinquished it. And yet
It's
you
not exactly the strength of sin I thought it was gonna be. Wrath, I feel lots of that right now. Lust, that one's a new one to me.
Lust is an interesting one. Most people think of it as like carnal desires, but just as I found with envy, sins have their depth. The lust here is a longing. Longing for something you cannot have.
And yet it scratches at every inch of my brain.
You have to fight it and use it in a way that you cannot let it control you. And
What's weird, Grail? This thing doesn't feel complete. It's like I'm standing on the outside of a door that is locked, and I know there is a huge room behind it, but I can't see what's in it. I know there is more to this.
Yes, well, from what I've read in those books, pray, and I mean to all the gods, that door does not open. For once it does, you shall not be your own man, Vincent. The only way that door will open is if the Runelord of Lust awakens and chooses you as her champion. You understand?
Just kind of sits there and contemplates. Huh.
Well, get some rest if you can. I'll keep watch.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be sleeping much tonight.
I do have this really awesome spell, cast sleep. Bonk.
Bonks him with the sword. Romeo will save. You're about to be charmed.
All right. Anything else from anyone? Okay. So as you guys make your way down the Yondabakari River, eventually you would let out into Lake Tarantula, which eventually will head north up the Skull River. And you guys do notice when you get up, when you start heading north up the Skull River, it's raining. And it takes a couple days to work your way up the Skull River, and the rain just never lets up. Seems to be a pretty early rainy season for the area, but it's just raining. Like, you can tell that the river is kind of overflowing a little bit. It looks like it's been raining for quite some time, at least a couple weeks.
How long has it been raining since we've been? How long have we been in the rain?
You guys will be in the rain for like 3 days, probably.
On the third day, I would probably start freaking out.
Does this seem like a normal rain for the climate? Like,
it seems
I grew up here, so
later in
Like,
the
is this
season, it
monsoon
makes
season
more
or
sense. It seems weirdly early for this amount of rain. And as you guys get to Turtleback Ferry, you guys will get let out by the barge and go across that the lake, Clay Bottom Lake. You kind of get this feeling from everyone that's there that's really on a lot of people's minds. Like, as you're kind of like navigating through the town. The town's not very big. I'm going to show you guys the map that I grabbed. Very simple map.
I kind of want to not glaze over. Why is Tree freaking out about rain?
yeah, I was gonna ask that.
I think he has to have sunshine at some point, right? Otherwise, you wither?
There's still sun.
Well, so is it? Yeah, I mean, is it completely like blocking out the sun?
No, no.
Is that why you were saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're still getting your sunlight. There certainly is probably more overcast times, but sometimes even weirdly, just because of your location, it's also snowing and raining at the same time.
Oh, gross.
That's cold ass rain.
Too.
Yeah,
Jesus.
the snow is more noticeable past Turtleback Ferry, as you guys will probably eventually start working your way further north to head towards the fort. But
I can't see anything on this map.
Fantasy Ground unloaded all my modules again.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, relative on this planet, like how far north are we? Like relative to something in the U.S., are we like, northern chunk of U.S., Canada north, or are we like I have no frame of reference for this giant planet.
you guys would be. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly north, probably about Canada-ish. It's kind of the split line, which is where Absalom is. You guys are north of that. A decent chunk. Let's see if I have
Because isn't that... Am I crazy? Are the Kodar Mountains the line before you hit the fucking Antarctica, basically like the polar ice caps?
yeah, like the crown of the world.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, you are crazy.
Cool. I always knew I was crazy.
We're all crazy down here.
I'm totally safe.
Crazy, I was crazy.
The lands of the Linorn Kings is like very much like winter ones. Like you're getting to the winter areas. Anyways, so it's not showing you what the town looks like.
No.
No, it completely unloaded all my modules, and
It's just because I just have to
black.
throw you guys on the map.
go.
Is all. Whoops,
I have to go back through and load all the modules again.
Oh, there you go.
Little teeny tiny grail.
Oh, okay. Super.
I like to think Reborn is his new last name.
Right.
Oh,
Reborn. Never got rid of
All
that.
right, Mr. Reborn.
I was thinking of Daredevil,
Daredevil Reborn. Yeah.
Was there
Maybe.
anything you guys were wanting to do while in Turtleback Ferry?
I would like to ask around about Fort
Gather
Reddick.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. You guys can roll either diplomacy or society.
I can do that.
society. Do we need to roll secretly?
In the tower?
Nah, that's fine.
Oh, that's not good. I'm not trained in either of those.
Did I not roll that?
I will
Jesus.
give it a shot.
Nat 20.
What the hell? Oh, I am throwing it in the tower automatically. How about that?
There you go.
Oh, you got it set to do that. Interesting.
I'm just pulling it from the actions or activities tab.
All right,
Well, it probably would be. That's interesting.
Yeah, because it says secret is one of them.
Grail, go ahead and roll me 2d12, please.
Oh, 2d12? Oh, don't mind if I do. The unused. Oh, and it yeah, they don't work.
Okay, and then tree roll 1 and okay, and
Oh, these are probably rumors on a list or something.
Katanga, go ahead and roll 1d12 as well.
Okay.
Amir did not do well. I like to think he's trying to keep a low profile because this is definitely an area his family has been close to. So he's like trying to let anybody know who he is.
Got your hat
Excellent.
pulled down low.
Right. He's got his like face thing up, his hat pulled down low, and he's just like keeping it down for everybody he sees.
Are you making it clear to everyone you're trying to hide?
I mean, to you guys, yes.
Hey,
Yeah, well, obviously
Sir
you don't
Most
tell
Venator the
anything,
Third.
Right. I don't know how to answer that question, but yes, I would definitely let you guys know like I'm trying to hide. Like, or at least like not make myself super like.
You know, when we get off the boat, if you're saying that, or if you would you have told us that before we got here?
Probably.
Well, hey, friend, if you want, I got a ring you can wear. I mean, I mostly wear it as a bracelet, but it makes me seem a lot less threatening to folks.
Perhaps. What does it do?
It makes me seem a lot less threatening to folks. I thought I'd made that kind of clear.
Sure, but that's not exactly a magical explanation, is it?
It makes me seem less threatening. It's really just that simple. Folks kind of see me with a bit more discretion, if you will.
Perhaps I'll
If
just
I
hang
were to
back
talk
and-
out of character, I might call it a ring of discretion.
Perhaps you hang on to that.
I think
now,
it's funny that you have
boy.
that as a puppet.
right.
when-
My fantasy ground just
There's
crashed.
a reason. It's almost like I have reasons to sometimes look like a doll.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I'm also the stealthiest person in our party now.
Oh, beyond for
Probably.
sure.
Oh, yeah,
Without a
Fantasy Grounds
shadow-
did crash.
Chilelu's pretty stealthy too.
It's
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
drag out, yeah. It's like
She's a-
coming back and forth for me.
All right.
I wonder if that's why my modules unloaded themselves.
No.
Oh, it's back. Maybe not.
It's not responding.
No, I'm still loading.
Yeah, same.
I didn't
I'm
crash.
just gonna
I'm all
I'm just
good.
gonna talk at you guys for a moment for the rumors that you hear.
Ooh,
So
talk at me, baby.
first one was someone talking about something called the Black Maga, which is the monster of the Storable Deep. Doesn't stay in that lake. Underwater tunnels connect it to Clay Bottom Lake, and she comes down here to eat fishermen now and then. I'm sure that's what happened to, and they mentioned something called Paradise. Black Maga came down and gobbled up all those filthy sinners. So this is the first one, Grail learned. Second one, the rains came early this year. Gonna flood out my crops if they don't let up soon. Last time it rained this early, this much, we got floods. That were what, 40 some years ago? Turned out there were a witch behind it all. She was trying to turn us all into frogs or something with all the rain. Those are the two rumors you heard. Tree heard a bunch of fishermen from Pandaka got themselves eaten by Pink Eye, the Gar, a week ago. Serves the fools right for tangling with a fish bigger than their boat. And then finally, Katonga. Someone mentions again, Paradise sunk. It's a tragedy. I'll agree, but know what? Good riddance, I say. I know it ain't nice to wish ill on no one, but I hope that strumpet Lucretia's at the bottom of the lake as well. Tarting around town with her chest all pushed out and flashing leg with every other step. That type of walk might go over well down in Corvosa, but we're respectable folk here. Wouldn't be surprised to find out Paradise sunk on account of her bringing down Aristotle's judgment on the whole sinful lot of them.
Oh my.
What was Paradise again?
Trumpet, who was tarting around.
the
I
boat.
hear.
The boat.
Yeah, if you look into like figuring out what Paradise is, you talk to them, they tell you it was a boat casino.
Oh.
With trumpets.
All of you also please roll me a perception check. This one in the tower.
What sort of perception?
I would love to.
Auditory or okay.
Visual perception.
I don't have access to Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, yeah, it says you got disconnected.
I'll try to force close the app.
I can roll it for you.
What did we say with turning people to frogs?
Whoops. Well,
A
I didn't
witch.
throw that in the tower, but
Where did she live?
You turned me
We don't
into
know.
you.
It's 40 years ago.
Vincent's the only one that hasn't rolled yet as well, I believe.
It's, yeah. Fantasy Grounds crashing out a little bit.
Yeah,
Money
I think
crashing.
I think I was responsible for that. I downloaded this new module, this new add-on as well that honestly wasn't really meant for this game, more for other games, but it lets me auto load books for people. So as soon as they log in, it just loads the books for them automatically. And you kept saying all your books kept disconnecting, and so I went through and I just changed them all to auto load instead of just whatever the base was, to see if that was going to help.
And it just crashed everybody for all of the books downloading all at the same time. That's funny.
Yeah, I guess. All right. So funny enough, I rolled a nat 20 with Tree. So Tree will notice something.
Love noticing things.
As you guys are going around talking to people, looking around the village, you spot something familiar. You spot, it looks like, and it was really difficult to notice. To give you guys an idea, it was a DC 30 perception check to notice it. But you see what looks like a tattoo on a villager's wrist. And maybe it was while they're talking to someone, kind of moving their hands around. You notice the tattoo is of a 7-pointed star.
Do I still see this? Do I still see this person?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or was it like out of the corner of my eye and then they're gone?
You're probably just kind of looking around and you saw them. They're still there. They're just kind of acting normally. Probably, like I said, probably talking to someone. They might start like walking away now, but.
Wait, I have a thing for this.
And they're the only one that knows.
Trying to hide or anything.
Yeah. Tree's the only one that knows.
Yeah,
they're not
probably...
They're not acting shady or anything. Like, they just look like a villager. They're just like talking.
I would probably send message to everybody individually so I don't speak out loud.
Okay.
And I would do a very, very brief description of cultist and then what they're wearing at location.
Sure. So can we re-roll our perception then? Like a point out?
Sure.
I mean, do we need to do that?
In case we notice extra bits.
Sure.
In case you beat my nat 20,
I was gonna say he could have succeeded.
the wisdom character.
Oh.
Vincent, you're able to notice what the person and the tattoo, that tree. Everyone else is still kind of like.
I
what?
would.
Because everyone's so pretty nondescript here. That's like, wait, what?
Grail, do you still have your ring of sigil?
I got that back from. I'm assuming she's right here. Shalelu, can I have that ring back? Yes, and I hand it to you.
I don't cast things for this, but perhaps we try to mark this person with sigil. Is there a way to discreetly do that?
Yes, but someone will have to distract them so they don't see me carving.
Vincent immediately starts moving towards the person.
I do something. I actually like to hold out to Vincent, like, Pot, let me try something else instead. How about this? And I pick up a little rock on the ground. Put your sigil on this, and I can drop this in their pocket.
Ooh, that's even better.
Might be easier for us. If we want to do deception with a distraction, though, and I point at the puppet guy, and I'm like, I think we have the person for distractions.
So he distracts him, you drop it in his pocket.
Do you want to take that as an assist on the thievery?
Sure. Yeah, I would say you're pretty much automatically a critical success as far as the distraction goes. This person's like, what the heck? Like, I don't know if you're just talking to them or what, but...
And then my Thieves Harness, I think. My Vault Breaker's Harness. +1 iron bonus to stealth, not to thievery, never mind. But I do have +1 thievery for lockpicks. That's not relevant. So, thievery check.
Pick that pocket. Lockpick it.
That's a secret check, right?
No, whoops.
It's fine.
For my part, yeah.
Load it back into here.
Yeah, I don't know, are you striking up a conversation with them?
Yeah. I'm like, hey there, friend. I'm new in town. You got a couple minutes for me so I can talk to you guys?
Can I talk about my Lord and Savior?
Oh, yes, of course. That is another thing you guys do notice, that while people are kind of like dreary, they're also quite friendly, though. Like, they're very like approachable. And yeah, they would like talk to you. You kind of walk by. I imagine you kind of walk by and try to slip it into like their pocket or something. You feel like you succeeded.
Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior?
He's got holes in his pocket.
I don't have pockets.
But while I'm genuinely talking to you, like, hey, just 2 quick questions. First of all, you know, if a fella wanted a nicer place to stay, where would you recommend here in this place?
Nicest place to stay. How long you planning on staying?
Oh, just maybe a day or 2. Hopefully till the rain clears. Though I'm getting the feeling that ain't gonna happen no time soon.
I would recommend staying over at the Turtles Parlor.
All right.
Whenever he turns
Other
the point,
question.
I walk by and drop it in his pocket.
Okay.
Other question for you is, if a fella wanted to make a quick buck or 2, you know, we got to make a quick buck.
Are you looking for work or something?
Yeah, you know, nothing long term. I ain't gonna fill out no applications or join a guild, nothing. But you know, if I can be here for a couple of days, or earn a little coin, you know, maybe you know where a fella could do that.
I don't know if anyone's hiring for anything right now with all the flooding going on. He's like looks like he's like pondering about your question. And unfortunately, he like kind of catches himself. Yeah. Sorry, little fella. I don't
Unfortunately,
know.
what there, friend?
Oh well, we had this place called Paradise that used to be here, but unfortunately, tragically, it caught on fire one night and sank to the bottom of the lake.
Holy moly! Folks survive?
Unfortunately, no one made it out. Whoever was in there.
I'm sorry. Did you just say fortunately no one?
No, I said unfortunately.
Oh, thank goodness. That would be some dark time to still a stranger.
Even the owner, she didn't make it out.
Oh, no one just swam to shore?
Happened in the middle of the night. I don't know if maybe they were drunk or.
That is a travesty. When that happened?
Oh gosh, it's about 3-4 weeks ago.
Oh, I thought that was... Wait, and that's still holding up business?
Or
I don't know. You said you were going to mention a job and said, well, not saying, and then stopped yourself.
oh well, I heard that they were like a gambling hall of sorts, so they're a little risque to
you were
talk
going to
about.
suggest I could make some money via gambling. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, it's funny. Despite being a creature that should not exist and whose existence is, you know, constant agony, I'm not actually that lucky.
Oh.
So I was thinking more like I'm a fellow who knows a thing or two, and somehow I manage to charm folks.
Huh. Well, are you practicing any magics at all?
Well, I mean, some.
Well, there's the Church of Eris still. I don't know if there's any healing magic you might know, maybe of medicinal abilities. Sorry,
Is folks here sick?
not a whole lot every now and then, but with these constant rains, it feels like people might be getting a little sicker than usual.
What, because the rain?
A lot of the crops are being destroyed. People aren't eating as well.
Wait, hold on. What's destroying the crops?
Flooding.
Oh, you ain't got no levees or nothing built out here?
Guess not.
I mean, I would hope you'd know better than I would, Fred.
I'm not a
Oh,
farmer.
I guess I ain't introduced myself. Name's Katunga. What's your name, friend? And Katunga puts up a little like fingerless hand.
He's like, the name's Charlie. He kind of grabs with 2 fingers to kind of shake you.
Charlie the cultist.
Does that seem like Charlie's real name?
Roll
Or was
sense
that
motive.
just Rob having to think a name up on the fly?
That was me having to think of a name on the fly, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you there, Charlie. And I hope I see you around, friend. And hey, you know what? I guess I'll be staying over at that place you recommended, whose name I've already forgotten, I'll be honest, which is...
Ah, the Turtles
but I have
Parlor.
a feeling God will... see, God will tell me the right place to go. But hey, if you think any work for me, I tell you as friend, I would sure plumb appreciate it.
Oh yeah, if I hear of anything, I'll pass it along to Keston. He's the innkeeper.
I'll be honest, bud. I'm less looking for coin and more looking for something to keep me busy. So I don't mind getting my hands dirty if it keeps me interested.
I'll keep an ear out for you, friend.
Appreciate you.
I imagine you guys kind of split ways. He's kind of like, did I just have a conversation with a...
No.
All right, then he'd probably walk away somewhere.
Nope, he just NPCs and stands there looking in the rain, resetting his cycle.
Just drowns in the rain like a turkey.
Are you guys just like gonna like watch his sigil for X amount of time?
I think I would go find a room.
I can help with that. And I was like, can we go to the church real quick?
Are we all traveling as a group now?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably go and get us accommodation. Are we planning on staying here for the night? Or are we heading to the fort?
I can get us a room at the church for free.
I think we should at
Maybe.
least...
I don't know if it actually the writ actually goes for different.
How
That's
far
an
is
interesting thing.
How many miles is the
Fort.
Yeah.
It's gonna be probably about a little over 20 miles hiking.
Okay.
Well, the thing too is we probably should not be heading directly to the fort. If this is where they send their messages to, there's probably a local contact who knows some information. I know Katanga is new to this group, but they get the feeling y'all like to run head first into stuff without thinking.
Who told you that? False.
What?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Who triggered it?
Allegedly.
Right. And I'm sure that
Emerson
definitely will be
allegation.
carried on to my next character.
All right, so what do you guys do?
I would like to go to the church to see if I can get us a room for free.
Okay. So going to the Church of Aristil, it's definitely like the biggest building in town. It's not way bigger. And it's ran by its pastor is by the name of Malin Shreed. You let him know why you're here, or just trying to be...
Probably inconspicuous would be the best way. Because I don't know about anybody else. I'm not trying to tip anybody off that I'm here to investigate why the fort isn't responding.
Okay. I would go, excuse me, sir, and or ma'am, and or other. My name is Tree.
Welcome in, Tree. Here to be a worshipper of Iomedes.
Yes, I am.
Iomedes' blessings to you.
And the blessings of Aristil to you, sir.
How may I help you, Tree?
I was wondering if I could get... If you possibly had 2 or 3 rooms for spare for me and my companions as we travel through the area. For like a day. One night.
Where is it you're traveling from?
We come all the way from
Endpoint.
Magnamar.
You said Magnamar.
Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Brother.
Person.
I apologize if this is for being forward, but were you sent by Magnamar?
Yes. Actually.
Oh, thank goodness. I sent a letter to them a while ago. Wasn't sure if they're going to be doing anything. But you're going to be the ones investigating Fort Rannick.
Yes. I don't know how to lie.
Oh, the cat's out of the bag already.
Tree,
Then-
don't tell him anything. Tree comes out. I told him everything.
He's like, listen, I didn't have to lie because he knew everything already before I could lie.
It's not lying if he just told me why we're here.
I just love that we were like, don't tell him why we're here. Keep it all a secret. And the guy was like, are you this person doing this thing?
It doesn't help, like,
100% right.
the first person that we actually, like, as a group talk to is like, oh yeah, I'm the one that sent the letter. Well, shit.
Yes, I can definitely find some rooms for you and your compatriots. I can also offer any sort of help through my divine magics as well, if any of you are wounded.
That's great.
Anything to help in
would
your
like to not-
investigation.
Do you have? Do you know a guy named Charlie?
Charlie, one of 450 people in this village.
Yeah, that
No.
guy.
answer is yes.
If it's the biggest church, and fat chance that he goes to Sunday church.
We'll say yeah.
Just confessionals.
Yes, I
This
know
is a Catholic
Charlie.
church.
Some people call him Charlie the Cultist, I hear. Weird nickname.
Yeah, that's really weird. I wanted to know if he was a cultist. I don't say that out loud.
No, he is.
I was just curious. Are there any word that means like old-timey places? Places that are like
Historical?
yes, that word.
Not really around these parts. We're a fairly young village. I'm sorry, friend, that's beyond my knowledge.
That's okay. You have also been super helpful because I didn't have to lie at all, and that would have been really bad. So thanks.
You handed them a silver platter that you were from Magnamar, so I was like, oh, perfect.
Yep.
He's the guy who sent the letter to the Lord Mayor, so...
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Which is why as soon as he asked if we were from Magnemar, I was like, uh-oh. No, Sandpoint. Sandpoint. We're from Sandpoint.
What the relationship is with the fort to here that they would know so quickly that they haven't been in contact? Like, do they stay in contact, or...?
Protection.
You ask him that?
The Black Arrow group is a giant killing core, so I would think maybe protection of the town from giants.
You ask him?
I'm not the one in there, but...
Oh, you're not with him?
I thought we all went. I thought we all went together.
Yeah, if we're all in there, then yes, I would ask.
Okay. Our relationship, yes. Fort Rannick was set up about over 40 years ago by Magnamar as a bastion of protection for us against the local giants in the area. They frequent from time to time. They usually send about 1 or 2 members to town, pick up supplies, probably about once every week. It's not absurd. There are times where we don't see them for about sometimes no one shows up for about a month or so. I think it just depends on how they're doing. But I hadn't seen anyone in about a month now, so more than a month now. It's probably been closer to...
If this is not
Closer
something
to
that's been
6
out
weeks.
of the ordinary for you in the past, what has made you raise the alarm this time?
People are feeling a little superstitious as of late with these rains coming on early this season than they're supposed to.
Yes,
I think it would, I would think mostly, and I apologize if it ends up being a waste of y'all's time, but I think it would bring some comfort to the people to know that those fine folk over in Fort Rannick are doing all right. They do obviously bring a little business as well, but besides that, and they're purchasing.
Do you guys know anything of the Paradise sinking?
Oh, that a cursed place. Yes. boat of sin, from what I've heard. Thankfully, it is fortunate for the souls within, but I can't say I'm not unhappy to see a gambling hall and possible other lecherous activities is gone now.
He looks over to Amir would kind of lean over to Grail and a boat of sin, greed, perhaps.
Oh, right.
Just kind of like whispered it to not raise like any stink with this guy that we're talking to. But
Terrible thing. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm like, oh, like, I was sleeping on the job. Thanks, Amir.
yeah, I think we have a sacrifice that happened. There were no survivors conveniently. Somebody definitely could have swam to shore in a normal boat sinking, or like lifeboats.
Well, I mean, we had another rumor about, wasn't there something in the lake?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Something
I was
eating
asking about
the-
that.
Monster.
We'd actually heard as well there was some creature at the bottom of this lake here.
Black Maga?
Black Maga.
The Black Mamba.
Black Maga.
Yes,
Black Maga.
The Black Mamba. The Black Mamba.
Pish posh, though. Just some of the villagers talking tall tales.
Pish posh, you say?
Now, that creature supposedly lives up in the Storval Lake. And that's up the massive waterfall. There's no way something like that can go all the way here.
You know, sir, I do have a question for you, though. You know, you, I'm sure, have somebody who lives here locally that is like the direct contact that, you know, if you had a message for them fellas out in that fort, you'd send them out there. Is that person available?
Usually we only speak to them when they come into town. The area out there is terribly unsafe for the rest of us. They have ogres that prowl around the area.
Another giant subclass.
A lot of ogres.
So we usually wait for them to show up here if we have anything to say to them. If they'd go anywhere, I'd say they go to probably the general store to purchase anything they're going to purchase. They might head to perhaps the tavern, bottoms up, if they're going to have a couple drinks before heading back.
Yeah, I got to ask. There, in my experience, there are two different types of pastors, fathers, priests, whatever you want you to call yourselves. There are those that, you know, stick to the good book and are constantly wishing the people in their parish were better folks. And there are those that are, you know, out amongst their people and know everyone by name and their habits and what have you. Which sort would you say you are, sir?
Well, I don't wish to speak too much on it, but people view me as a sort of leader around here, so they come to me a lot about things, and we are the main house of worship here, so I would say I know most people quite well.
So if somebody was having, say, an affair, would you be likely the sort of fellow who'd know that? Hearing all the gossip and confessions and what have yous?
Yeah, it's possible. I try not to bog myself down with rumors of the sort,
And
but
I would not ask you to betray anyone's confidence. I'm just using that as an example.
sure.
The question I ask is these mercenary fellas. They got any fillies here in town? Any ladies that, you know, consider them their paramours and what has yous?
As far as I know, they run a pretty tight ship over there in the Black Arrows.
Just a bunch of guys doing dude stuff up the mountains.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a guy.
I've been there.
They sometimes have these
We
like
all went to
shirtless
college. I know
volleyball
what's
tournaments
up.
I hear about.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong and ain't everything right with that. I get you.
They have really colorful flags too. Very happy people up there.
Very happy.
Yeah,
Very happy.
we appreciate them.
Very merry men.
Jesus Christ.
A band of merry men. We're men in tights.
And tights.
Oh, that's funny.
I will say, as far as like your sigil thing, like it would have gone to somewhere, and it's probably just in that same spot.
Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't asked about that again.
Yeah.
Let's go check on that guy. I would stealth to go see what he's doing.
Okay.
I would have Grill tell me what building he's in.
Looks like he's in his home.
Can't help you with that.
Okay.
Right before we leave, I would be like, Father, have you had any encounters with Vice Commander Reinhardt?
The captain, Raphael.
Yeah.
He doesn't tend to come down here quite so often as some of the rest of the men. I'd say maybe a long time ago. I think ever since his working to his captainship, I haven't seen him.
Okay. If by chance he does swing by and we're not in town, can you let him know his nephew is looking for him?
You're his nephew.
I am Vincent Reinhardt.
I certainly. He does like a short prayer. Really hope that I'm just being a worrywart.
You and me both.
But if I do see him, I'll let him know.
Thank you.
So we're planning on staying here in the church then. He said he'd give us a room to stay in.
Yeah.
For the night.
We can also spy on Charlie the cultist for the night and see if he meets up with anybody else. He's in his house. Is he in his house with conveniently 20 other cultists, or is he just there by himself?
We won't know till we sneak in.
He's there by
They're having
himself by
the-
the looks of it.
The
No slumber parties?
Lords of the Seven slumber party kind of thing.
Doesn't seem like it, no.
Seven Sin slumber party. There we go. It was in there somewhere.
Sitting on his recliners, watching TV.
Practicing sloth.
Watching cult TV.
Isn't cult TV just, really kinky shit versus whips and stuff? Chains and whips?
That's what's
It
exciting.
depends on the cult, I would think.
Some Scientology shit.
Well,
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean,
Weird, you just got
he's-
demonetized.
Doesn't seem to be doing much. He's just got a tattoo of the 7 on him. Wonder if he's an
what if I have a really crazy idea? Hear me
Okay.
out. Listen, hear me out. Listen. We have a ring and a necklace that have the Sahedron on them.
Sure.
What if one of us goes to talk to this guy that's not a puppet, and that's not me, and we just casually show we're just talking, we're like
crazy
hey,
rain these days.
yeah, or do you know point exaggerated in his face what this building is with
We
the ring on?
also have a sin weapon with us.
Well,
yeah,
that
it's
one's
a little bit. It's a little too much.
Yeah, it's a little extra. We're trying to be subtle. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't
We're trying
want
to be
to
subtle.
It is subtle. It's
Okay.
sitting on my back.
Raise your hand if you have a 15 or higher in deception.
Nope. Got a 15 in stealth though.
Perfect.
Actually-
None of us besides the poppet can lie. So
Hold on. Nope, I have 2.
Hey,
Think
let's
I-
go.
What were that fella? Didn't seem so bad to me. I'm not yell so worried.
well,
Okay. Oh, let's back up actually. So, here's the thing. So, do you see the symbol that Mr. Vincent has on his ring?
No, I understand. I may be a yokel of sorts, but I'm not actually stupid, friend. I am
I was
aware
more
of what
just
the
a way of-
tattoo is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm aware of what the tattoo is. I just saying, like, who amongst us did not do foolish things in their youth? Me. But I meant most humans and elves and
This
what have
one.
yous.
I didn't
Well,
know.
we're also different than all these fleshy bags.
That's true.
Most of these flesh bags do foolish things in their youth. Who's to say he didn't get a tattoo he regrets?
usually because they kill you if you try to leave.
Yeah, it's like
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I got this thing here on my back that I got one night that I don't really remember why I got it. I'll be honest, I purged that memory.
Shalelu is just like, we could always just ask him.
Oh, that's right. You're here too.
It's fair.
I forgot.
We could just go and
Wait,
talk to him.
we could just ask him about
That's what I'm
the
saying.
tattoo. Is that what you're just openly?
We're only going
Yeah,
to be
why
here
not?
for one night. We could just
what's he
go and
gonna
ask
do?
him.
I mean, I guess we could, in the middle of the night, break into his house, hold him down, and then ask him, "Hey, sir, why do you have the tattoo of the devil on your arm?"
Is this like
Hey,
how you
no
guys
rush,
mentioned
but
earlier that
answer
they're
our
all
question now.
psychopaths? Because that feels like
Absolutely.
psychopath behavior.
That's correct.
Yes,
We could
that's.
send the puppet to just go and
that-
talk to him. Perhaps that would be
I think.
all right.
I think I should talk to him.
All right.
I think my knowledge of.
Can you do without the doom and gloom? You seem very intense at times, friend.
I know you're on a new leaf and all, but do you talk to strangers now?
I mean,
Is that
Listen.
a thing?
Mommy's gonna lie to tell me I can't.
Oh no.
I just think I have the foremost knowledge of the cult, and I would know what to ask him, as to not put him off, without lying.
Wouldn't that just
Why would you
be,
do this
"Excuse
then?
me, sir, are you
Just
in a
whisper
cult?"
them- Yeah, you can just whisper that stuff into my head there, friend. You're one of them wizard fellas who can do all sorts of magical bits, right?
Yes, you could go talk to him again, and I could tell you what would be an appropriate answer to or
Yes, just
whatever.
send message back and forth to each other while this conversation is going
And
on.
again, I don't mean to be rude, but I know a little bit more than I think you think I know.
I think you know more than we could possibly think you know.
I think this sentence. Oh, and I'm out of fantasy grounds. I think this whole thing's getting a little bit twisted.
I think if he's probably a cultist, it's going to end poorly anyways. So rather than beat around the bush, I think we should be very direct.
I'm saying.
And if that doesn't
I-
work, I have a trick up my sleeve.
Impaling them
Well,
on a
that's what
spike
happened.
does not count.
Got a new sword with a nifty little trick.
Not going to stab him.
Never said I had to stab
You
him.
know, he
I
can
could just
stab him a
tap
little bit of stabbing.
I said no stabbing though.
We're all psychotic people.
Just a little bit of stab.
All right. I just want to wrap up this your guys' decision for how you're going to handle this guy before we close things up for the week.
We'll start with just talking to him.
Okay. Yeah, right.
And worst
You're
case,
just
we'll
gonna go up
get
to his
the
house,
info out
knock
of
on the
him.
door, and talk to him.
Yeah, what?
I say we send the face. What do you guys say? He's already talked to the puppet once too, so like.
Yeah, send the face.
Familiar.
But put the ring on the guy on him as a bracelet, and we'll see what happens.
So you knock on the door. He opens the door. Oh. Good to see you again, friend. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good there, fella.
How'd you know I looked
I
you?
know this is this is forward, and I do apologize. I got a pretty nice room, and I actually got some coin from that I already forgot his name because I had my notes up in the goddamned fantasy grounds. It's still loading. And I figured I should repay your kindness.
Oh, well, that's awful kind of you.
And while I'm here, I guess I should be a bit blunt. Do you have a moment?
I suppose.
I noticed you got a tattoo there, friend.
He kind of meekly covers it up with his hand.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I ain't objecting.
Show him your tattoo.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
your
got this fun fella on the back here.
So I got this dumb mistake from when I was young.
I got this ring here.
Looks kind of similar.
It does. What do you mean you got it when you were young?
Oh yeah, it was just my friends dared me to get a tattoo. It's just a little design.
Come on, buddy.
You gotta try harder than that.
Ain't got to lie to me. I ain't lying to you. If I'm walking around with this dang ring on, you know something's up. Especially if I'm just going to straight on ask you about that rune.
He's like, all right, just look. I got this. I got it about 2 months ago at Paradise, that gambling hall, drinking hall. The owner offers our favorite people that if we pay a little bit of extra money, that she'll give us this tattoo that'll cover us for life to get into the hall and gets us little extra perks. You know what I mean?
And while he's talking, I'm assuming, Grail is just messaging, and I'm me like relaying verbatim.
Okay.
To everyone who's just around the corner, like snickering in the rain or whatever.
He would say they were often rewarded with additional gambling chips and other perks.
Oh, buddy. Hey, just out of curiosity, the couple weeks ago when that thing sank, were you supposed to be there that night?
No, I mean, I can't afford. I don't go there every single night. Andy,
You didn't get any special invitation or nothing?
No. Not at all. Why do you ask?
Well, so I guess, sometimes I guess you're what you call entry level. Ain't no shame in that. But, sometimes the entry level folks ain't got all the information. I got a little bit more than yous. Curiosity, I heard down there everyone perished off that their barge or what have you. Did everyone actually perish, or maybe the owner got out and is just hiding?
As I know, she died too. Trust me.
Best you know, huh?
Well, I wish she lived.
Why's that?
She was very kind.
Very kind or very something else? You can be blunt with me, friend.
Oh. A little this, a little that. But look,
yeah, I figure it's all right. It's all right.
I'm not. It's not like I'm the only one with this tattoo. Okay, so.
Oh, buddy, I'm aware. I'm gonna go on hunch. I heard 40 souls perished on that boat, right?
Was it 40? Jeez.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say at least 39 had that tattoo.
Oh boy. Yeah, that does probably some sort of like prayer to air still.
Oh, buddy, we're
seems like
that.
an awful way to
hey,
go.
Look, yeah, well, you ain't got the half of it, but like I said, you're at your level. Here's what I need to. I'm gonna try to get you back in the fold, get you some more of that. Well, I can't give you gambling, not my thing. But I bet you there's still somebody mucking about who maybe not the top dog at that barge, but maybe somebody, maybe a pit manager. What you got?
Oh, I as far everyone that was on staff there died in the fire.
Oh, Chuck, come on, buddy. I know there was somebody who wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll a sense motive, and I'll just give it to you. He's quite genuine. Like, he believes that everyone that was on that barge, he thinks the owner died, all the staff died. He just seems kind of a clueless guy that, like, he was just kind of part of the whatever was going on and just didn't realize it and was just taking advantage of the perks.
I will say through Grail to you, if he's like relaying all this we're learning, I'd be like, we should tell him to stay at the church for a few nights.
Oh, yeah. Hey, bud, I came out here maybe buy you a beer, what has yous, just like I said, to repay that kindness. But now that I know you's what we might call an entry level fella, here's what I'm going to tell you. Now, this is a bit of a backwater, right? So I'm going to go on an assumption, say you ain't got no, tattoo removal lasers. So what you're going to probably want to do is go shack up in the church for a while. What you got there on your hands marks you for, either high power, which, no offense, you ain't got, or sacrifice, which it looks like you just died, friend.
What?
Yeah. Keep that under your hat, because gosh knows who's else got it. Because it's not like they can't still do it.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I guess. What the? guess I'll start gathering my things. Thank you for letting me know. And he's like panicking now. He's like, oh,
And hey, if you know anyone else around who's got that tattoo, maybe send them our way. But
yeah,
like, through a courier, because you're gonna want to stay inside that church for a while there. But
oh, I appreciate it. He like bends over to shake your hand. He just starts gathering some things to go stay the night at the church. Stay a few nights at the
Amir would
church.
also, before Tunga got back, would look over to Grun. We should ask why he knows so much about how this cult operates.
who?
It
Katanga?
does.
Yeah.
Dude, literally, that's the whole thing at Thaumaturge. I fucking know it.
Right. He just knows like lore about everything, but it's very specific. And so like
And also because maybe
He
Nick has
also
been
don't know
playing the
you
game
that
for a while.
well, yeah.
Shush.
I just kind of hand wave
to be
that.
fair,
You guys
the
let.
wizard was going to be relaying information into his ear.
Yeah, I just kind of
we had a
hand wave that you
whole
guys let
week
him
of
know.
stuff.
all right. we'll do
Okay,
that.
yeah, we don't.
I
He's
genuinely, like, it's my
Oh.
least favorite part of role playing games. Is like, all right, you guys travel for like
So
3
I have
weeks
a-
on horseback and
I have a
don't know each
role-playing-
other. Like, all we do is fucking talk.
I have a role playing reason. Grail doesn't have to sleep, and neither does Katanga, right?
Why would I have to sleep?
Oh, I don't know. I thought
This
that was
world
a thing.
sucks. Of course, I want to fast forward through it 8 hours of time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just say that Grail picked his brain and shared some information of their travels, willing or
Trading
not.
info.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, never mind.
But
All
like
right.
I said, we also just spent a week on a boat together. So
Right. Yeah.
despite you guys telling me y'all were psychotic, I imagine I got some useful information.
To be fair, the little tumbleweed
Fair.
said we were all psychotic.
All
I
right.
have clinically diagnosed all of your mental disorders, just so we're clear.
So you guys learn some stuff. Looks like, if it is what your guys, sounds like your suspicion is that they were trying to kill a bunch of people with these tattoo on the barge, right?
Sacrifice.
It seems as few of them probably slipped through, but otherwise there's nothing else to go off of on it. Seems like it's kind of come and gone. You guys stay the night at the Church of Aristil, and are you guys planning on just leaving the next day?
Maybe.
I would say we should probably inform the priest about what's going on, why that guy needs shelter, and
Sure.
to corral anyone else who has it. Quick question, because it's not in the handouts and I don't have it in my notes. When we killed the chick in the clock tower, we
Mhm.
found a letter from, I believe, her sister, right?
I was just about to bring that up. Yeah.
Right. The sister who said, like, I've got this giant crop of suckers up north.
Yes. And I'm
Is there
trying to remember where
something
she
like that in
said
there?
she was.
She said she
I
was
just-
in some place. She just put TF.
Yeah.
Well, we're in Turtle's Ferry.
Turtleback
so-
Ferry.
Yeah.
That seems correct. So yeah, we would probably do some more investigating around that as well. But Vincent's uncle might be in danger, so these guys
Oh,
are already all dead. So,
Vincent
I don't know
is-
what we could do for them now, except for like find the cult here.
I'm
Vincent
sure
is
we
a
can just tell
ball
Vincent
of
we're going to put his thing on
tension.
pause for like a week, right?
Are
You guys can.
So
Vincent will find his way.
We'll say you let the priest know, the pastor, and he'll look into it and see if he can find some other people. Are you guys gonna spend more time in Turtleback Ferry or what?
Probably not right away. On the way
Okay.
back through.
Yeah, the
from
more
her.
Alrighty.
pressing
Then
stuff is the,
just as kind of our cliffhanger for next session. Then, as you guys
Giants
are
attack.
hiking north heading towards the mountains, you guys would eventually start hearing. Oh yeah, actually, why don't you guys roll me perception?
And fuck it, if it's under 10, I'll use a hero point.
Me too.
Yeah, if it's under 13.
Yeah,
I
I'll
also
go with
forget I
another
have a
13.
tattoo that gives me a +1 to my perception for visual checks. I haven't been using it, so
All right. Vincent, you hear something.
Ooh.
And it almost strikes kind of like a strange chord with you, like inside, like it almost sounds familiar for some reason, but you hear the sound of it sounds like a large cat like yowling like in pain. Trying to think of what you can roll for
Nature.
Probably be nature.
yeah,
Kitty cats are natural.
we can do nature.
You want it secret or in the open?
Who says it's natural?
Secret.
I mean, that's him not trying to give something away.
No, it's just I was trying to. It was more of kind of like a.
Under 10, I will use a hero point.
All right, go ahead and do it then. You rolled a 5.
Knock it out.
Okay. It sounds like the yowls of a fire pelt cougar. And fire pelt cougars are not like very common around here.
I like to think that one from the goblins followed us.
And you remember that your uncle, being a ranger, had an animal companion.
Ruh-roh.
And that animal companion was a fire pelt cougar.
Wow,
Actually, I think they're fire pelt jaguars, but
Jaguars.
nonetheless.
Sounds cooler. So as we're walking, Vincent would put his hand up and stop the party, and he would like turn his head up a little bit.
And you start also almost sounds like in the distance barking. Dogs barking, but it sounds really far away. What will end I assume you're gonna investigate, right?
Yep.
What will
Just
end
walk
up
off in the other direction.
off in is you will see come upon a fire pelt cougar trapped in with like its legs stuck in a bear trap. And assuming you're not being like stealthy, most of you aren't stealthy. It almost looks like hopeful to like happy to see people. And the dog barks are getting louder and closer, and it almost sounds like someone with a very deep voice is singing through it all. Singing a song of how they're going to eat a kitty.
So I already came up with a name to see if this is my uncle's familiar or animal companion. So
I mean, it has a name. If you want, I can change the name. But
oh, I didn't know it had a name.
yeah, its name
Old
is
fire crotch.
Its name is Kib.
Oh, that's way better than mine. I was gonna call it Zuzu. I like Kib better. It's
all right.
That's
where we will leave off. We ran a little late, so thank you guys for bearing with that. Just wanted to give us a good little cliffhanger since it's our first day back. And we didn't get to do any combat at all, but a lot of fun role playing. I'm excited for next week.
The hell is a Zuzu pet? Uh-oh. Do I want to open this? Oh, okay, that's not nearly as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Did you guys have a good time?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excited to be back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna be ready once we crush some giant balls.
Ogre.
All
I
right.
guarantee this is ogres.
This is such a weird way to say it. That was great.
I felt the hesitation right before a giant ball.
My character's learning more about the party every day.
Just inching further and further back.
All right, I'm good.
All righty.
See you guys later.
We gotta say goodbye first before you disappear. So.
Oh, I thought we were.
No, I'm sorry. I'm doing the sign off still. I was just asking you guys on stream. Thank you everyone who showed up. It's been fun being back. Appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out with us. we will see y'all in the next week to see what will come next. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.